like that fits you really well.
Hello.
So anyway, that's what I really think of Ghost. Oh, Ghost!
Whoa.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hi.
Sorry. We weren't
How's
live for that,
everybody
were
doing?
we?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, we're good.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh my gosh.
Well,
Oh,
welcome
the chat is
everyone.
up in the thing. Ghost.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
if
where
you
it's
want to do
supposed.
that.
That is supposed to be.
Okay.
That's where it's supposed to be. But it does make it a
Okay.
little bit hard to read. So maybe we could just occasionally review.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Oh yeah,
Or we
that'll
can.
work.
We can even do because we don't. We're Sans leader right now. So, oh no,
Yeah.
we can't do that because that's in the actual Photoshop file.
Oh.
That's not actually part of the overlay. It is okay. So, welcome everybody. Oh my goodness, Robert the Bruce. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Because I
awesome,
have
Brucey.
my alert box shut off when I'm not on the I'm on this screen so that I don't get inundated with like noises and sounds from Monty Python and Quest for the Holy Grail. And we don't have your text to speech. Let me read out your sub message in text to speech. I am so happy to be a part of these communities. You all have brought me such joy to my life, and I appreciate all of you so dearly. Thank you, Brucey. Thank you so
Brucey,
much.
Somehow
you're
you've made
you're
text
too
to
sweet.
speech slightly racist sounding.
What? How? How? What? Explain yourself. What are you talking about?
All right, starting off really hot and hard right now.
No. Let's hear it,
These
Wolf.
are the kind
Let's
of
hear it, Wolf.
spicy takes that you can expect on this screen.
I'm sure Calculuser wouldn't approve.
right. That's what I was thinking too.
Racist
things,
against
Brucey.
machines. That's what you were saying.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords. But two things. Brucey, you're amazing. Thank you so much for supporting
Oh,
Ghost.
man.
'Cause
Yeah, thank you
it's
so much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And second, Megan, to answer your question, I have cheddar cheese, avocado, and pickle in this sandwich. I like simple stuff, so anyway, I find it delicious. But it's
I
probably
can
not
can
for
tell you. So, Kali, I blurted out an utterance as you got up and walked away that might have sounded very strange to you. I have a colleague that I work closely with who was preparing an avocado one day and like straight up almost sliced her thumb and like the whole meat of the hand that it's attached to clean off, like she almost did.
Oh no!
So when you said, "Oh, I'm just gonna finish chopping this avocado," I was like, "Not right before the stream."
That would be bad. Oh my goodness! I'm rushed off to the hospital.
There's just a
Oh,
blood spatter
man.
on Collie's face cam. It's just-
Oh my god.
Man, 25 episodes. This is amazing. It's been so much fun.
Otherwise known
playing
as
with you guys.
episode 8.
Or yeah, as we call it in my Google folder named Sessions, Session 8.
Right.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and so there's one thing right there, but let's talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
You saw
Um,
something
I
really
wanna know
cool
what you
just now,
bought
but
in a
we'll
second.
talk about it in a second.
To me, 25 episodes is something, but also think about in terms of we started in December.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's
We've been doing
June.
this for half a year
Yep.
now,
Yep.
yeah.
right?
End of June, we started
Crazy.
it. We would have started it like, what was it, 22nd or 23rd?
It was over Christmas
December?
break,
Yeah.
yeah. So
I think it was like
yeah.
right before Christmas we did our first episode,
Mm-hmm. Yep. So
That's
it's been just about exactly.
which
6
was a heck of a
months
lot of
That
fun.
doesn't seem right. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But that's D&D, right? Like you become so invested and it's such a long-term thing, and
Mhm.
and it's something that you want to do long-term as well.
True.
So, man, yeah. So we have a couple things going on tonight. So what this stream is going to be is, first of all, a recap of our campaign so far, because we know that over the course of the campaign, we've picked up a few viewers who kind of missed the first few episodes or things like that. This is first of all going to be a recap of what has happened so far. We're going to talk about some of the characters as well, whether those are the player characters played by the wonderful people around me, or if anybody has any questions about NPCs or things they want to say about some of the prominent non-player characters who have appeared. Of course, most of them have been my responsibility. You're going to share favorite memories. We're going to take some time to have a blurb off. It occurs to me that within the stream overlay, we didn't exactly make preparations for what that blurb off is going to look like. Maybe I can switch to like just a display capture, and we can look at we can open up the what do you call it, the soundboard, and just play them right on the soundboard.
Right.
What we're also doing this stream, though, much more importantly, is we want to take some of what we're doing here and give back to charity. You know that this fantastic group of people right here, we love to do charity streams. We love to fundraise. We've done, I've done stuff for my local food bank. We've done stuff for the conservation of wild foxes in the United Kingdom. Last night I had my character creation stream benefiting an LGBTQ plus charity who we are also raising money for tonight here, called Egal, which was a whole lot of fun. There are, by the way, a couple of donation redeems to build that character that are still in play. The character needs a name and has a few sort of more character personality traits to fill in. And we are raising donations once again for the Egal charity, which is a Canadian two-spirit LGBTQ plus charity dedicated to education and outreach about issues facing the LGBTQ plus community here in Canada, where myself and Cauliflumps live. And so there are a few ways that you can donate to Egal. One is to simply type charity in chat, and you can make a direct donation, right? There are more fun ways that you can do that, however. One of them, I don't know what star is. Sorry, Brucey. One of them, one more fun way that you can do is to go to the, I don't know if this is going to be the Cauliflumps merch shop in the future, but for now it's the Winds of Chaos merch shop. I left Hydrate on, by the way. You're welcome, everybody. So everyone hydrate. Thank you, Hotline.
Thank you, Hydrate. Thank
Also,
you,
Hotline Hervo.
Hotline.
So
Such
yeah,
a
you
good,
can
like weird cowboy little thing that happens there.
I mean, good is pretty subjective.
Woof hates it.
Well,
Woof,
I mean,
Woof hates it.
No, because it's like stereotypically good, but it's really good.
Woof is from the American South, and my Southern accents are all over the map because they all sound the same to me. They don't literally all sound the same to me. Like I could tell the difference between like a Texan cowboy and a Southern gentleman, but only just. So you can go to the merch shop, which right now is, although it says Cauliflumps, is the Winds of Chaos merch shop. And there you're going to be able to find some wonderful, wonderful art on various pieces of merch made by the incredible Goose Brigader. Let's give him a shout out.
Yeah. Freaking amazing.
Awesome Mexican streamer who does wonderful art. He's a hilarious person, plays lots of Rocket League and Tabletop Simulator and other fun games. Really, really, really cool guy. So go check him out. He made all the art for this. So any profits from aka, I hesitate to say proceeds because I know that's not true, is that the merch shop is going to take their take and things like that.
Yeah.
But anything after all the subtractions that ends up coming to Cauliflumps.
Oh, no. Ah, damn it, I missed the rebound.
Why is
Oh,
that
thank God he
playing?
fucked it.
Oh my god, what
What's
a
that?
save!
Do you hear
I'm not
that?
losing this game, Goose.
You hear that?
What's
I hear
playing?
something.
It's the shout out clip player,
Come on.
but I don't have
God,
it.
fuck.
Damn, I thought it was
But
gonna
I don't
be
have it on here.
Are you asking
Why-
if I'm
Maybe
I'm
it's
sorry.
underneath somewhere. It's
No,
like
I'm
underneath.
looking at my list. I'm looking at my list of sources, and the shout out player is not one of them. Oh my
Go,
goodness.
yeah, okay, but right click and make sure you're not hiding any sources. Like unhide everything. That happened to me. There was
Oh,
a source
really?
that somehow got hidden, and it was like an extra
I don't
microphone.
see that anywhere.
It was
I
Weird.
don't see that anywhere. I'll take care of that later.
Mhm.
Anyway, any profits that come Cauliflumps' way from merch sales for the rest of June is going to go to Egal. Another way that you can donate to charity is we have some special bits redeems, some special community engagement bits redeems for this stream. We thought about it. We said, we're not going to be able to do any wild magic surges or any inspiration or any giving items to people in this stream because we're not actually doing it. And we don't want to bury our party in 8 major monster mutations
When it
as
comes
soon as we start
to
playing
Chaos
it again.
Spawn versus Rat Ogre, I
You could
think
do that,
all
but
of
make,
it
More
make
wild
your
magic
mutations
rolls
like
in one shot.
rats
His
or
thing where he
something.
Why am I-
reverses
Yeah,
am
there you go. Maybe a
sentences or
snake.
whatever.
They get 2 hit points.
Oh, no.
Am I going to have to
snake.
We
shut
can
off?
all agree it's a classic case of a cursed monstrosity with pos.
Okay, I'm going to have to shut off the shout out command in my chat bot.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I think so. I don't know why.
Huh.
But I'm going to have to do it. I'm sorry, everybody.
That's
There.
okay.
I'm sorry, everybody.
We can just directly link people if we need to.
Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Special bits redeems. So for this stream and this stream only, and maybe for future streams, who knows? There are some special bits redeems that you can kind of see hidden underneath the chat box. We're going to talk about them a couple of times during this stream. If you contribute 300 bits, you get to design a landmark for our heroes to visit. A special cave or a fountain or a mountain or a pond, whatever. Special landmark, not a
Statue
full
to
dungeon,
yourself.
right? Not a full dungeon, not a whole town, things like, but a nice little landmark that's sort of a geographic curiosity. Sorry, Wolf, what did you say?
I said a statue to yourself.
You can make a
Yeah.
statue of Ghost Pepper if you want to.
There you
That's
go.
okay. I accept.
Be
I
fantastic.
humbly accept. For 400 bits, you can create a merchant who sells specific wares. So you can DM me on Discord and say, hey, here's this merchant, here's his name, or her name, or their name, here's what they sell. For 500 bits, give the DM a 1-sentence description of an NPC to appear in a player character's personal story. So somebody of moderate significance that I throw my way at Foodle or Kiona or Mazra or Goldrome. And then for 800 bits, design a side quest to send the party on. And at an appropriate, opportune moment, I will send the party on that side quest. So that's for
I think
800
that sounds
bits.
like a ton of fun potentially.
Yep.
man.
Right?
I can see
That's
that going
crazy.
so many places.
Just a minor side quest, and of course you
Right,
could just
right,
give
just
me
a
a couple
little,
of
like-
sentences, yeah. But just give me a
Right.
little something for them to do. Yeah, Wolf is just chilling at home.
that's what we do.
I've got an army of the undead closing in on
Right.
me.
I
This
feel
dude
like these
right
are
here.
great
where
like
is he?
representations of like what's going on in our
This dude right here is sneaking up on me. This dude right here is sneaking up on me.
Turbo Ghost.
I can actually put this here for now. Yeah, and you got a nice little preview of in Goldrill's window. Leader wasn't able to join us on time tonight. He might be popping in later. But yeah. So, man, Katie, I saw you in chat. I was
Ooh,
in the middle of
Beachan.
yakking and spieling as dungeon masters are wont to do. So glad to see you here. Beachan, so glad to see you here. I see Shiraz is here.
Right, Brucey?
Of course,
Yes,
Brucey
that would
is
be
here.
Perfection.
That's what Woof would do. It's just
Yeah.
I
take
do.
a
I have this
picture of his
up right
room and-
now, but I
yeah.
do actually have. This is a rocking chair, so it's a
Right.
little bit more.
Woof is the smartest one of all of us. Totally just goes 100%
Absolutely.
for comfort every time.
Honestly,
Pajamas, rocking chair.
Yeah.
both Woof and his character is like the
Right,
smartest. of
right,
all of them.
right.
It's just
Man, when I was in self-isolation and had to teach from home, I would zoom into my classroom and I'd have like stock footage of the Pearl Harbor attack going on behind me, and I'd be like trying to teach the class and just go whoa as the plane flies
Yeah.
overhead, and the
This
kids are just
guy.
like
This guy.
Your kids have no idea how good they have it.
Right? No kidding. Oh my god.
That's
It's
Let me
kids
tell
though.
you,
man.
That's kids though.
When
Like
I was
they're
in high school, oh, go ahead.
oh no, that's just kids. They're all like
Yay.
that.
And you get
They're
to
all
make
like
a
that.
great one, Katie, since you're missing them. This is the one where you're going to learn what's happened all
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
way through.
absolutely.
This is
So,
the
like,
perfect one to
best stream
catch.
to show up at. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say in high school, my teacher, she was phenomenal. She was an excellent teacher, but like she stood at the front of the classroom and lectured and we took notes, and that was it, like that was it. It was like a college course or something.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, so that yeah, man, your kids don't know how good.
No,
I will say
right?
though
I had
today,
a couple of people like that too.
I will say though today, the kids were doing some student presentations, and a couple of them found this like Red Guards dance that like the Chinese Red Guards did to honor Chairman Mao.
Oh.
And so they learned the dance in this
Oh
video,
my
and they
God.
taught the class. So we had all the kids standing up playing this video of like people waving red flags and these women doing this dance, and then
That is so
and the students are
awful.
leaving. And then my principal walked by the window and just looked in and was like, so, which he's a cool guy and he loves that kind of stuff. So I went to him at lunch and I said, you know what, it might look like I was indoctrinating my students in that class, and I just want you to know that I was. It was like,
Absolutely 100% what was happening just then.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
That's fucking priceless,
it was pretty funny.
That's the
It was
best
pretty-
thing.
Oh man.
Now,
Things-
I did want to mention, just going back to something relevant, I did want to mention, when it comes to the merch, if there is something in there, at the risk of making more work for myself, which I don't really mind because
Uh-oh.
it's for such a great cause, if there's something in the merch store that you like the idea of, but it's not in the right colors, or like in the Foodle stuff, like I think I just made like 1 or 2 shirts or whatever. Foodle can say whatever you guys want if you put it in chat
In the
and
little
let me know.
thought bubble. Within reason, probably.
Yeah, I
Can
mean,
I
we
think
you can make him say a
probably,
whole
like,
paragraph,
Yeah.
but
At
like,
some point.
Well, for
it
your-
might not be legible.
Yeah, for your sake,
Um,
Collie, maybe we could say what the boundaries of it are. Is like it's got to be something that Foodle said
Oh, that's good. I like that.
during the campaign, like
right?
or even a
I'm
paraphrase of
open-
something he said, right?
Yeah, I'm open
Right.
to whatever they want in that speech bubble
So
myself.
That picture of
but
Poodle is just
just
Oh,
be
dear,
aware
no.
that whatever goes in there, well, it's for a good cause, so I don't care
It
what they
is,
put
yeah.
in there. But as long as it's not like racist, sexist, homo, you know what I
Right,
mean?
right. Yeah.
I can't imagine anyone in here is going to do that. But like the point is, if you put a couple paragraphs, just be aware it's probably not going to be readable or legible or anything. So, but
It's
yeah, and the other thing
hilarious,
is, it doesn't have to go on a t-shirt. Foodle can go on a hoodie, on a mug, on a whatever, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there for everybody who might be interested. So yeah.
So what art pieces do we have? We have the Foodle and we have the party, right?
Oh, good. You have those to show, Can you just put the
Yeah.
I can.
And
I
there's
can.
actually
It's gonna be.
We haven't shown it yet, have we?
It's gonna be hiding
No.
you guys,
That's
but
great.
sort of on.
That's fine.
whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here. Let's go. Let's go quickly to this.
Go check out the merch store.
Show-
There's actually 2 versions of the party as well. One
Right.
with the pride flag and
Mhm.
one without. Now, regardless of what you buy, whatever you buy until the end of June, everything is being donated. Everything that I receive is being donated to Egal. And so it doesn't matter if it's got the pride flag or not. The reason that I did one without the pride flag is because I know some people might want different colored shirts, and the pride flag, it didn't look that great with all the colors anyway. So I wanted there to be options.
So
Right,
there's
right.
there's Foodle.
Yeah.
Once again, Goose Brigader. Check him out. He did all this
Fantastic
art. It's so
artist.
cool. And let's
You
let's
do the
grab-
shirt with the pride flag on
Yeah,
it.
we'll do the
Such a
shirt with
nice
the pride flag on it. There we go. There we
Yeah,
go.
look at that. Isn't that a cool little picture?
Look at these.
Guys,
Look at these
it's so
4.
cute.
Look at these 4 derps.
So good. I know, really. it
It's so
encapsulates our party so well. I think,
Yeah.
right? Poor Mazra.
It's incredible.
Whatever. Kiona's the one that's burnt to a crisp in that picture.
I mean, that's true. Foodle's just high as a kite, right? He doesn't care.
I like how I was in the
Presumably, presumably burnt to a crisp by her own hand.
Right.
Oh yeah,
yes.
she fireballed
well,
herself.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I like that I was in the chat when Goose was making that, and you're like, he doesn't look high enough. Make him higher.
yeah, yeah. That's true.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Brutal.
You guys.
All right. And what was it? Oh, there's one more thing before we get started. We have been working, all of us, to be better about uploading to YouTube. And there's now a playlist. So, what is it? WOC playlist is a command that I have that links straight to that playlist. So if you want to watch past episodes,
Still uploading.
sadly, tragically, episode 2 is lost to the ether. We
Gone
think it is
forever.
anyway. It might be living on Leader's hard drive somewhere, but
Somewhere in the annals.
but he's not sure.
Right.
But yeah. So we've got the playlist that includes the special streams we've done, like Megan's birthday stream and the charity stream.
Mhm.
And I feel like there was another one that was a little bit. Maybe that's it. Megan's birthday and the charity stream.
Those are the only special ones we have so far.
Yeah.
Tonight's will be another one that will be marked as kind of special.
Right.
And then we're missing the second half of episode 23 is currently being uploaded. So once that's up, I'll get it on that list and we will have a complete list.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so exciting. Yeah,
Right.
and we
Fantastic.
apologize about the second half of episode 23. It is 7 3/4 hours long, so it's taking a bit.
Too
to-
big.
Yeah.
to transfer over.
Too big for YouTube.
Yeah, so it's working on it, but we'll make sure it gets up there in one way, shape, or form within
Yeah.
the next day or so.
Yeah.
So with that said, do we want to start with our first part of this recap stream, which is of course the recap?
The recap.
So yeah, so
Let's
let's
do
talk
it.
about
do
where we've gone in
What?
this campaign so far. So Collie Flumps has been incredible in going through previous episodes and putting together some recap documents. Some of them are less recappy than others.
I was about to say, I don't know about incredible.
Yeah, but
One
there's
document is literally like a verbatim, like word for word, what is happening in every
Yeah.
episode, you guys.
Yeah.
I just don't even. This guy, he sits there and he watches a little bit, and then he writes a bunch of it down, and then he watches. I'm
Yeah.
in the document while he's editing it, and I see these like.
yeah. Eventually,
it's
Megan's
quite
right.
cool.
Eventually, just became a transcript. Yeah, which is okay. Which is okay. It means that there's so much in there that's important.
It's good though, right? I love it.
So where I figured that we could do this like a little bit conversationally. We have the documents open to us to kind of glance at and review as needed. If we forget anything, like, you know, you guys feel free to jump in and correct us. But our first episode we played over the winter break. Not 100% sure when it was, but I almost feel like it was
December 22nd.
It was the 22nd. Okay, that was
Yeah.
my feeling. It was the 22nd.
All
which
of
is
my notes have
awesome,
a date
yeah.
on them, so.
Nice.
Wow, really? Okay, that's pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, so December 22nd, we assembled
There you go.
this motley crew of people with, you might say, minimal experience with 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. I had
Right.
never played 5th edition before. I played a
Nor
ton
had
of
I.
3rd edition. I played a respectable amount of 2nd edition, which is just bonkers. And I played a little bit of 4th edition, which was bonkers in its own cute way. But much more tolerably bonkers than 2nd edition, I will say. I know that Flutter, all the way back when you and I were in high school, we played a couple games together. You were an on and off D&D player when a game was available to
I don't
you.
even remember what edition that was. It might have been.
That was 3rd.
Yeah. Oh, was it 3rd? Okay.
that was
I
3rd.
thought
Yep.
that it was, but I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yep.
That was a long time ago, yo.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, how many years? Well, I don't want to ask how many years. Never mind.
Lots of years. Lots of years. Too many years. And then Wolf, of course, like we played a little bit of 3rd and a little bit of 4th with you. Megan and I had before, and I don't know if you played any outside of that.
My first tabletop was in high school, but it was Vampire the Masquerade and the like World of Darkness games.
Right.
I didn't play D&D till I got to college, so yeah.
Right. Yeah. And even then, you were probably playing 3rd as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
was yeah.
And then, of course, Cauliflumps and Leader. You had never played D&D at all before.
Yeah, that's just my first time ever, and oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Like, oh, I wish I'd started
Right?
sooner.
All these years you wasted not playing D&D.
Exactly.
Well, that was my positivity one stream, is that, you know, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, but the second best time is now.
True.
So
Absolutely.
glad to have you with us for sure.
Absolutely.
And so glad that you've really cottoned on to this and really found that you enjoy it. But campaign started with maybe we could talk a little bit about the concept behind the campaign. We got the idea to start this campaign because I run a D&D club at school with the students, which has now wrapped up for the year. But I called on my stream community to come out and help create this world and maybe play some NPCs behind the curtain. And everybody had gotten so excited about it, and we generated so many pages of documents for this that I thought to myself, man, this is wasted on the kids. You know, I want to play in this world, right? I want to make stories in this world with some
It was really beautiful, right?
Yeah.
I remember those first couple of like, oh man, this is so much fun.
yeah.
I'm not doing this.
Yeah, why aren't we doing this? Yeah, so we got a crew together. The backstory to the students campaign is that they are adventuring in a world that has just begun to enter a sort of renaissance period after an apocalyptic disaster called Cataclysm. We in this campaign are 500 years prior to that campaign, and so we're experiencing life immediately after the cataclysm and sort of the decline of civilization as such. And so yeah, this apocalyptic event is occurring. It drove a lot of antecedent disasters after it, as you know, I'm a big history guy. I look at stuff like this and like the Bronze Age collapse, and you know, it wasn't just, you know, a volcano erupted and whatever. It was, you know, this happened and then that caused this disaster to happen, and then that disaster caused this disaster to happen, and this is kind of what we're living through. And so I wanted a campaign where we weren't like the big damn heroes necessarily, at least not right out of the gate. I wanted a campaign where we're not heroes of the last war, we're survivors of the last war. And so that's kind of where we started with 4 individuals leading relatively humble and unassuming lives with no pretensions as to any sort of greatness in their future. Everybody had very normal kind of ambitions. At least that's my understanding of your characters. Everybody's sort of sights were set low on what their lives would be like, and then it all just disappeared in a flash with a goblin invasion. And so these goblins, driven over the Stormspire Mountains to the east, into the lands, the homeland of our player characters, began to plunder and pillage and destroy everything in their wake until your hometown was in the firing line. And of course, we've got who are our characters, first of all? Like, for those who may be unfamiliar with the campaign, who are we?
Well, I mean, I guess, you know, I could start.
You appeared first, right, Flumps? I think.
That's right.
Yeah, we could go in order of appearance. Yeah.
Right.
No, I'll be here for 3 hours.
I know. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna be quick. All right. I'm gonna be as quick as I
He
can.
says.
So Foodle is a young adult. He's a gnome hunter, and he spent his quiet life in a small gnomish village. And when the attacks came, he was out hunting, trying to become an apprentice hunter, and he tried to defend his village. You know, they all tried to escape, and his best friend died in the attack, unfortunately. And Foodle escaped barely with his life. And to describe Foodle, he's just sort of I don't know. He's very dedicated to the people he loves. So his family, his friends, who are fast becoming his new family, and the caravan at large, really. And he also is a bit of a goober. Like he gets up to ridiculous hijinks because, I don't know. Part of it's the smoke leaf, basically magical marijuana, and yeah. Anyway, I guess that's Foodle. He cares about a lot of people, and he's searching for his family, and
Now
helping the caravan.
He wears his
understand it.
heart right out there on his sleeve.
Oh yeah,
He
he
really
trusts
does, he
everybody.
really does.
Like
Yeah.
And his
Fantastic.
cannibalistic stomach, but we'll get to that in
Right.
a little bit. Now Foodle, he was out hunting a sort of a semi-legendary in the local region boar named Tuskgutter, as part
Gut
of
Ripper?
Gut Ripper.
Gut Ripper, yeah.
Tuskgutter is something else. I don't remember where that's from. Might be a video game. Gut Ripper, as his sort of coming of age, like final test before being an official like hunter or ranger or whatever with his people, and it was in sort of the outskirts, the wilderness around Flycross, your hometown, where the goblins were first encountered, and you know, Foodle was chased back to the village of Lumbrel, the home of the forest gnomes, and tried to hold out against them until the township could evacuate. Ultimately, with mixed success, everybody got out. But as Foodle was racing down the subterranean escape tunnel, it sort of exploded and buried him alive. And that was where we switched over. We panned our attention over to our second character, which is Goldro, played by NKX Leader, who could not be with us tonight. Maybe he'll be with us a little bit later. But Goldro is a Dragonborn monk, an orphan. He was left at a nearby mountain monastery to be raised in reverence to Eldrigo, the Indigo Dragon. As a monk, an apprentice monk, he was undergoing training by his master, a fellow Dragonborn named Clotar, when they spied in the distance that a goblin army was moving towards Flycross. The monks rushed off to help, and in the ensuing sort of fact-finding reconnaissance mission to find out what was happening and try to help fight against the invasion, Goldril found poor Foodle unconscious, sort of half buried in the soil. But on Clotar's orders, Goldril broke off towards where she spied a smaller group of goblins moving towards a horse ranch up on a hill in the distance. So Clotar ordered Goldril to go and protect the ranch and the people there, while Clotar and the rest of the fully initiated monks dealt with the main force of the goblin invaders. That's where we meet Kiona.
Kiona, before all of this excitement, was just a simple ranch hand entertainment person. She kind of did cowgirl shows where, lassos and horses and things like that, kind of just, tricks and stuff. And so they kind of earned a little bit of keep for their stable, their ranch, through those shows sometimes, and otherwise she just worked on the farm and loved her horses and her animals. And she was not born there. She arrived there as a small child and was taken in by the farm owners. And she was developing a relationship with another older young man on her farm, and they might have been getting engaged the day that the cataclysm came to the farm. And she woke up after a spate of wild magic. She was human. She woke up after a spate of wild magic, lying naked in the barnyard with none of her family about, and now she was a halfling, a Lightfoot halfling. And that's when she saw Goldril and Foodle being like carted along by Goldril. And laid her eyes on them at first. She was just totally out of her mind because that whole thing just happened.
Yeah, and that was sort of a funny episode in that Brucey
God,
just
yes.
mentioned.
Yes.
Was Goldril and sort of rushing to Kiona's aid, trying to fight off the goblins that attacked her ranch in the wake of that wild magic explosion, whose origin we've since kind of deduced came from most likely one of these grotesque, huge and like malformed goblin creatures that were being carted around on palanquins. It seemed that their bodies had been twisted by some force of chaos that they could then use to wield. Collie, hey, get that merch.
Yes,
and I'm so excited for that t-shirt now. I'm like dying. So I also want to make note though, as something that we made as kind of a house rule for this campaign as a wild magic sorcerer, given that Kiona changed her race in that surge in the beginning, Ghost and I and Brucey helped with a list, came up with the idea that when she rolls on the search table, if she rolls a number ending in 0, her race will change. And Brucey has made the list that randomizes that quite nicely for me. I'll roll another die. And so she's been every race but human since since the Wild Magic Star, like
Yeah.
almost every race. She's been a
Yeah.
lot of them, actually.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah,
Just,
and so
just
then
a note,
then
yeah.
then we had a fight between like Goldril and Kiona and a team of goblins during which that first wild magic surge happened, where Kiona sprayed out a whole bunch of grease, and that kind of brought
And coated
Foodle too.
Foodle,
poor
unconscious
poor
Foodle.
unconscious Foodle laying there just got sprayed with grease.
And Kiona
Foodle-
was like, why? Why is this happening to me?
That's right. Well, Foodle didn't even know that it was Kiona until like later.
Right,
like,
we
he
didn't
just
properly
woke up
meet
in a bunch
until
of
that
grease.
battle was over.
Exactly.
Foodle saw Kiona like stumbling to try to get get them out of the grease, and it was a whole mess. Like, 'cause it was grease, so she couldn't keep her feet either. And
So
she
then-
was smaller, so she couldn't drag him out. I'm sorry, there was a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible. It was incredible. Yeah, and really foreshadowed what this campaign was basically going to be from that point onward.
Right.
And so then, with the goblins successfully vanquished, the three of you made your way very quickly to the protective walls of the town. And it was there that you were moments away from encountering one Mazra Greenstone, played by Woof. So, Woof, tell us
Unfortunately.
about who Mazra was prior to this campaign beginning.
So Mazra basically kind of grew up on the outskirts of Blycross, and this is partly because so she's a half orc with her human father and orc mother. So they were kind of on the poor end of things, and basically her mother did like odd jobs, and her father was kind of like a tinker, and he taught her to do that stuff, kind of like the family business. And they were the kind of people who, like, her dad was very much about trying to get along with everybody, and her mom was kind of like it's okay if you steal things here or there kind of attitude towards things. And so that day, basically, her previous to this happening, her mother had actually left the town to go visit family away from the human settlement. And Mazra and her dad were going into town on their cart to go run some errands or do some business.
It was probably
And-
the festival, because Kiona was heading for the festival that day too. The thing that was happening.
So they were heading into town when like all hell broke loose, and their cart was sent. Like the horse freaked out and went flying, and then her and her dad they got caught in a big mass of people trying to get into the town across the bridge, and she got knocked off into the water. And basically, as her dad was trying to pull her out, everyone got vaporized by some kind of a flash of like this like blue-white light. And she ended up like probably super dazed in the river. And then these three fished her out. Pretty much.
We
You know-
displayed the most amazing amount of cunning trying to cross that river, if I recall.
we were a bloody disaster. Rewatching it, it's funny that you say that, Wolf, because that was my memory too. But rewatching it, you pulled yourself out because
Okay.
you're
Right,
Mazra,
'cause
and
we're inept.
I almost got washed down the river trying to get across. And I don't even know if Mazra really even noticed us until we got to the other side.
Yeah,
because,
she was so focused on trying to find her dad.
yeah.
And then, of course, you know, she's like, screw you guys, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Right?
But
She's like,
ended up
whoever
with
the
them
fuck
anyway.
you guys are can just do your thing.
Yeah.
But she got stuck with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got roped into the defense.
Yeah, and then that's exactly what happened, right? You managed to cross the river, you got into the protective walls of the town, but the militia commander, one Eleanor Roundtree, Eleanor Roundtree, the militia commander, and a retired adventurer, knew that the walls were not going to hold, saw that you were 4 able-bodied individuals who were capable clearly of holding their own in a fight, and kind of roped you, voluntold you to join the town militia in basically a fighting retreat where you barricaded the streets to buy time for the townspeople to escape on boats up the river. And you fought ultimately a losing battle, but got the job done. Bought time for the townspeople to leave and evacuate. After a rather tense, hey leader, a rather tense encounter with a warg, that became mutated by a strange cold wind that seems to blow out of nowhere and follow you around everywhere.
And smells like burnt hair.
And smells like burnt hair.
Yeah, I didn't remember that until I rewatched the series. I was like, oh yeah, there you go.
I could
Oh,
be
there it
something
is.
nice or whatever.
No,
not
yeah,
burnt
no.
hair.
Right?
good.
I feel like I'm
Never
having a
good.
stroke every time this thing shows up.
Light your hair on fire. That's what it smells like. That's.
Yeah. Yep.
Don't do that. That's not actually a thing.
No. But yeah, and this warg, it bears mentioning because it basically chewed off Mazra's arm, which clears the way for Mazra's prosthetic arm, which she's been working on and tinkering with ever
So
since then.
freaking cool.
Yeah. So with that done, you earned yourselves the moniker Warg Slayers by your fellow evacuees who made it out of the town. A name that has stuck with you since, mostly because you haven't given yourselves a better name since.
Because who thinks of naming themselves? Like, honestly, I don't think any one of our group would be conscious enough to be like, yo, we should be a group and name ourselves.
I want
feel like
you,
haven't
the
invited
players.
anyone.
I want you, the
That
players,
doesn't
to name yourselves.
fine.
You
That's
give
true.
me a name, and I will have an NPC appear to say, "Huh,
Okay,
isn't
all right.
isn't that
I guess
the-"
that's true. But guys, if you have good ideas for the name for this group, please put them in the chat because we are all just clueless on this one.
Oh my god. And not like
Ideas.
the Leak Squad. We're a little
Right,
cooler
please.
than that.
Like something serious, you know, if you've been watching the campaign or after the whole explanation, if you have an idea, that let us know. Like we can use that help because we're just
Incompetent butts. Yeah.
That's
Oh my goodness,
pretty
yeah.
accurate, Brucey.
Basically.
Yeah,
What
leader,
does
no
Vinyl
problem.
always say?
That's
The
fine, leader, yo.
Wandering windbags or something? I
Oh,
Wandering
don't know.
windbags,
the
yeah.
windbags of chaos, I think.
Oh yeah, windbags.
Windbags of
yeah.
chaos. That sounds about right. Yeah.
So good.
Uh,
Oh my god.
and that was session 1, which was man, a full on like 6-7 hour session that
Yeah.
we did. Which I had planned to be 3 hours, and it ended up being double that. And
This is
you
why
know,
this
far
is officially episode 8. Not
far from
25.
far from me saying that's a portent of things to come. I think that doubling our time is like actually the most efficient we've ever been.
Yeah.
More or less.
Probably because we've
I mean, I'll
tripled
take
and quadrupled it at times.
Yeah.
depending
Yeah,
on
oh,
the
yeah.
situation.
There have been a couple sessions where on my document we've done like 1 bullet point.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that was with like Brucey. Oh my gosh.
It might have
Poor
been, I don't
Brucey.
know, yeah.
We signed them up for
Oh.
like 1 session, and then I think they
Right.
were with us for like 4 or something. I feel so
Right.
bad. Anyway,
This is
I mean,
we
I had
can't
a ton of
decide if
fun.
you want to open a door or not. Like,
Yeah.
That would be fantastic, Brucey, if this was all a bad Foodle trip.
Little fever dream.
Like the whole thing, Foodle wakes up at the end of the campaign and is still in his little village, like perfectly happy, and like none of it happened.
And you were there? And you were there?
And you were there? Yes. Foodle comes into the festival that day, like, oh my gosh, I just had a dream about all of you. Oh man, look at him writing
yeah.
things down. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, wait, why is he
No.
DM writing? Wait, what?
What?
No.
What?
Oh my
What?
God.
It did
I
start
just-
with Foodle Leader, right? That's what
I
we were
just like
talking about.
writing stuff down every now and then.
Yeah.
Mhm,
He's
mhm.
knocked unconscious by Gut Ripper, and he's
When
having
the
a fever
when the
dream.
DM
Right?
starts writing,
He's having a
yes.
freak-
What do you say? Yes.
Hallucination.
Yeah,
essentially-
that's what I was thinking, Brucey.
So from there, the whole idea of you escaping downriver was that your little town Blycross had a big brother, a big trading city that sort of protected it and gave it patronage, and you had thought that you were going to find refuge there. But they had actually closed the doors to you, forcing you to continue downriver and portage over land. And eventually, you came to the Elven Kingdom of Ilion, where you were welcomed in. You were allowed to stay. They set up refugee camps for yourself, and then for more refugees that soon followed and became added to your community. It's at this point that you sort of lost sight of the war itself, and this is where you're not the heroes of the war, you're the survivors, because the main part of the war against the Goblin invasion happened way out there, and all of you were preoccupied with your own trauma, with taking care of your community, with doing what you could to make life in the refugee camp livable and survivable for your neighbors and yourselves. The war ended over a year later with the king of the elves dead and his human queen returning and being interred while alive in the royal tomb, together with a red box, which was basically the original MacGuffin for the student campaign. Was that their first adventure was going into that tomb and retrieving that box 500 years later, having no idea what it was, which you guys have no idea what it is either.
Right?
To be
Right.
completely frank, if
No,
I
no,
may
then
yeah.
pull
there
pull
was a
aside,
parade,
if I may
and
pull
there was, like,
aside the DM curtain for a
the
moment,
curtain a
I
little
don't
bit, there was
have
a
much of an
parade,
idea of what it
and-
is.
Yeah, and we saw it, but we didn't know what was
Immersion
going on
broken.
Immersion broken.
Right.
Yeah, I don't actually know what it is yet, not fully. But in any case, that you were enlightened to the fact that the magic that the elves of Ilion used to defeat the Goblin army took not only the life of their king, but took the life force out of the land itself. And so the elves kind of came up to you and they said, we're no longer able to sustain our own population, let alone this population of refugees that's in our borders. So sorry to tell you, but you've got to move on. And so you know that the lands that the goblins came from on the eastern side of the Storm Spires had similarly been ravaged by them, and you expect to find a new land for your people to settle in over on that side. And so off you embarked. Along the way, you encountered first you need to talk about your sponsors. So who's your sponsor, and how do you guys feel about them? So you were given a choice between 3 sponsors. We won't rehash who the 2 that you
It
didn't
was a
pick were.
mercenary, a guy that wanted to
Yep.
be a feudal lord.
Yep.
And this mage guy, Underlore. And we
Right.
picked mage guy.
And you
The
chose
Unbroken
Undrelor
Circle.
and the Unbroken Circle. And what, like, how do you, like, what's your kind of, like, from the player's perspective, I'm curious what your thoughts about Undrelor are. What's your impression of him? What was your impression of this group at the beginning? Has it changed over time?
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
That's a pretty loaded question.
Well, I think
Is it-
I think Mazra was definitely for him because she thought he was the less crappy of all of them.
right.
And now
I think
she's like,
the general consensus.
yeah, she's super sus of him now. She's
Of
like,
course.
I don't trust this guy. I don't trust anything. I don't like him. He's on her shit list, like at the top.
Yeah, we're not feeling great about Undrelor at this point. We're not entirely sure what his ultimate goal is, and I think that makes some of us a little bit wary about things.
Now does Foodle feel the same way? Because we've gotten some really strong feelings about Undrelor coming from Kiona and Mazra,
Yeah.
but Foodle
well,
hasn't
so
really
you
said
asked,
too much.
No, yeah. I mean, well, so you asked the player. As a player, I still think that we made the right choice as players. Foodle, up until the last episode the last, session that we played, he kind of just trusts everybody, and so he was like, yeah, Undrelor, he's a great guy, he's helping the caravan, like Foodle's whole deal, he's a simple guy, he wears his heart on his sleeves, like he wants the caravan, like this community that he grew up in, to survive and do well, and so he sees Undrelor as one of the people making that happen, and the our group was also helping make that happen too, right? And so up until the most recent episode, Foodle was like all, Team Undrelor, go, 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 rah, 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 right? And now he's like, oh shit, like he doesn't know exactly what to make of what Mazra said to him, because all of that is secondhand. And he does trust Mazra's read on people. He's learned that she usually is better at reading people than him, but he has some reservations because he's not sure. I don't know, like not to get too into it, but like because of the whole Greco thing and how everybody responded to him,
Which is coming
Foodle's
up.
not sure
Yeah.
he can trust Kiona or Goldrill or Mazra's read on people, because
I
he
love how
definitely
that-
disagrees with them.
Yeah.
I love that though.
on that
That's your fracture with the group, right? Is that
Right.
relationship with Greco? Yeah.
Well,
and then
let's
Fiona
talk
has
about
hers
Greco.
later, so.
Let's talk
Yeah.
about
Right,
Greco
yeah.
first, and then get into that.
Yeah.
Because your first thing that you were, after choosing your sponsor, for your merchant caravan, somebody that Undrelor and the Unbroken Circle of Mages are essentially financing, this refugee expedition, making sure that the caravan has the resources it needs to continue. You four were assembled together, basically once again voluntold by Katarina Roundtree, the mayor, and mother of the ill-fated militia commander. Basically,
Really? We didn't know what happened to her for sure.
oh, you don't know. Well, from your
Yeah, we
perspective,
assumed she died.
from
Yeah,
We
your
assumed that
perspective,
she
it's
died,
ill-fated.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I say
This
things.
last
I'm
week's
gonna
policy-
be I'm gonna be saying things according to what we know.
Yeah. She basically pulled a
Because,
Boromir on us,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
And so Katarina Roundtree assembled you into essentially an adventuring party. Your job, since you've proven yourselves capable, is to sort of forge ahead of the caravan and find and deal with any threats to the caravan before the civilians of the caravan are endangered. Very quickly, you found one such threat, way up on a wooded hill overlooking an important crossing on the roadway. It was an old, abandoned, and dilapidated fort that was occupied by a crew of down on their luck pirates, led by one Captain Greco Findlebeak, and his mage assistant Tinkerbell, which was a
Tinker butt.
which was a character created by our very good friend Loren, enlightened by bravery. And so
Fantastic.
Greco, an orc,
Love it.
Tinkerbell, a half elf, and their mixed race crew of humans, orcs, dwarves, elves they're basically highwaymen. They're basically robbing people that cross on the road, and you decided to deal with this yourself. Greco you encountered and basically challenged poor Goldrill to a one-on-one fight, which was Brucey designed this character to basically be absolute murder if he engaged somebody one-on-one.
To mop the floor with us.
Yeah. You narrowly escaped having any serious injuries or casualties in this fight because somebody dealt a assuredly fatal blow to Tinkerbell, which, to everybody's surprise, basically caused Greco to surrender and give up.
I shanked her, y'all.
Yeah, Fiona shanked her.
Ooh,
Baby.
you did indeed.
Yeah. And then, as in a little vignette, as a little side scene, as the rest of the party sort of left, and Foodle made his final statement to Greco that he should find another occupation. Your party left, and it was revealed in a private moment between Greco and Tinkerbell that they are indeed lovers, and that she is carrying Greco's child. So
and my shank probably just narrowly missed the baby.
Yep. But a timely healing potion made everything okay, which is a wonderful question about D&D physiology. Like, if a
If
pregnant woman gets stabbed right in the womb and then drinks a healing potion,
and she
is the
takes
baby
healing
okay?
potion.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. Like, could Greco have poured some?
You didn't think we'd take the bait, Brucey? Really?
Leader,
You know what's funny? I was
leader,
rewatching.
you need to
'cause I
pay more
rewatched-
attention.
Yeah, leader. Yeah,
Wait,
she's pregnant. That's why the whole
Yeah.
battle stopped, because I stabbed her and he thought he was going to lose his baby.
in the belly.
We even have a
Yeah.
blurb about her shanking a baby. So
Yeah. It's really- Well, it's funny because I was rewatching that fight and I realized so during that fight I was just trying to give Goldrill advantage on his attacks and maybe myself advantage on attacks as well. So I was just positioning next, opposite Goldrill next to Greco. I had no idea why Greco was getting sneak attack. Like, I realized that rewatching the fight, I was just like, that was so lucky that I did that because holy cow, that
Yeah.
ridiculous damage. That was
Right.
anyway.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
crazy.
and this was like session 3, so you were still
Yeah.
learning the game.
Right?
And,
We
We were level 2.
yeah,
were,
Yep.
we were testing our limits a
It
bit
was
at that
something, that's
point.
for sure.
And so Greco really represented, like we were saying, and then we can get into this if you want to, but Greco really represented a break between Foodle and the rest of the group that kind of festered for a while and then only recently came to a head. Because everybody else seemed cool with Greco. Everybody else was like, man, Greco, you're not so bad, because he is
Well,
a
what
charming...
happened was, at
He is
the
a
end of
charming
the
pirate
fight-
captain.
Very
You know,
charming.
Right, he was
he
charming.
fills
yeah.
the
He was
charming
super charming. At
rogue
the end of the
stereotype.
fight, he put down his sword and he was like, "All right, y'all can go, as long as this is met or whatever." And we
Well,
were like, "Okay, well, cool."
I think
Great.
on Mazur's part, it wasn't so much that she was charmed by him, but it was more that she had never seen another orc aside from her mother her whole life, and so she basically wanted to talk to him, and that was more
Rose-tinted
important to her
goggles.
than the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, at that point, Mazur didn't care about any of it, really.
Right, right. Mazur really didn't care about us at that point in
Give a
time.
fuck.
It fits. She's
He was constantly looking for a way out.
she's neutral evil, so that fits with her. That fit
Yeah.
perfectly in her. Like, I have a selfish reason, and I'm following that thing. So
That's it, right? Yeah, and we all had reasons, right? Kiona had weird shit happening
Oh,
to
yeah.
her, and the fact that this guy, like, at the end of this was just like, okay, y'all can go, like, dropped his sword in the middle of what would have been, like, probably them getting murdered, like, that, and, like, was like, you can go. Kiona was like, all right.
Foodle
Cool, we
felt
trusted
Foodle felt a
you."
little bit Foodle felt a little bit differently though. So what was going on with Foodle there?
So, I don't know if this was wise, but during the last session, we talked about this, and Foodle expressed some of his thoughts, and I intentionally argued a little bit poorly from Foodle's perspective because I think he's just not that bright. Like Foodle is very much about intuition and getting like feeling out people's places in the world. And if Boodle had been a more clever person, he would have pointed out to the group that this is a man who refused to let them leave without demanding an exorbitant amount of money from them. And he left Goldrill in a puddle of his own blood on the floor after saying that if Goldrill didn't put up whatever he considered to be a good enough fight, that he would just kill Goldrill. He just said that after his other lady was saying, come on, you're supposed to be a murderer and a pirate and whatever. Anyway, so I intentionally reined it in a little bit because I don't think Foodle's that clever. But yeah, I mean, I think Foodle definitely he sees Greco as he saw Greco as a clear and present threat to the lives of everyone in the caravan, including his new friends. So anyway, that's where Foodle's at.
makes
I
sense.
think what you said there, though, that little bit about Tinkerbell telling him, like, oh, you're supposed to be this, that tells me that he's not that he does this a lot, that he has this, like, you let people slide way more than you should if you want to maintain your, like, whole appearance as, like, a murderer. And so for me, for Kiona, that's the telling thing. Like, yeah, there's evidence that this guy isn't as stiff as all that. So
Yeah, and that's a good point because there's probably more than two ways you can read that. Because Foodle read that as she's chiding him because instead of just killing these people, he wants to like do a
playing with
duel,
them.
like this fancy
Yeah.
pirate duel or whatever, rather than just fucking killing these people who murdered half their squad or what, you know what I mean? So
Right,
that's the
right.
way Foodle took it. I think that's so cool. I love that these characters are like interpreting this stuff differently. Anyway,
Yeah.
very, very cool.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and then that's where Leader like rolled the 20 on his death save and just sort of rose up and then attacked
No, wait,
and then
that was
missed.
later. No,
Yeah,
that was later.
That was later, yeah, that was
no,
Goldrill.
later.
Yeah.
Later.
Later.
Later. In the crypt by Kiona.
Oh, that
Farm.
was in the crypt. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember very
Well,
vividly that scene.
So that takes us all the way through episode 5. And so we're now on episode 5 and 6. We had a little bit of downtime for 2 episodes. And what were some highlights of that? So you guys, I think, have the document open, but and we don't need to go through everything that happened, but what were a couple one or two personal highlights?
My God, it took us 5 episodes to get that far, you guys. I don't even
That's just terrible.
to finish the first encounter.
Well,
I'm
I will
sorry.
say one highlight for Foodle for sure. Well, I guess 2 because I'm verbose. One, meeting, he didn't know it at the time, but meeting Bruno Blue Jacket, getting in a scrap with him, cheating.
Highlight or low light?
Oh, that was a low light for sure. And then he actually found and killed Gut Ripper, which like Foodle hadn't even thought about Gut Ripper. I mean, maybe he would have dreamed about him or something, you know, as like the one that got away or whatever, in the hunting, to be an apprentice hunter. But it was a huge moment for Foodle because he realized, like, he has the potential to live up to his aunt's legacy, and his aunt is the one who taught him everything he knows. So anyway,
Flumps, I had the best just epiphany idea just now.
Yeah?
You need to make a pipe out of Gut Ripper's tusk that you took.
oh my gosh, that's genius! Wait,
Right?
hold on, I'm writing that down.
You need to have one made because that is.
That's amazing.
Shiraz.
Oh wait, actually, well, okay, I actually love
But
that
you did
idea.
get a gifted pipe, right? So maybe something
Well-
else, something to do with that, though.
Oh god, I love that idea so much. I wonder if I can still make it work.
Maybe you
The-
could
the
make it into a
reason-
bong.
Well, the reason he's keeping it is because he's holding out hope, hope against hope, probably delusional at this point, that he will find his aunt at some
Right.
point, and
show
he
it to
wants
her.
to show her. So if it's a pipe, I don't know if it.
Fools,
You know what? I don't know.
pure.
Anyway, so
No, it's no.
I love
Absolutely.
that idea.
And you
That's
were given a pipe. You have a really good pipe, so that is okay. Like that's fine. It was just an idea that crossed my head. I thought it would be fun.
seriously, that's a good idea. I'm still writing it down because I think it's genius.
Right. We did that downtime episode though was the time you played dice in the tavern. Brunor, you were saying, right? He got in a scrap with Brunor
Yeah.
because Brunor cheated at dice, and they ended up in prison together.
I know. I rolled so low. Freaking Heroes of the Caravan. There's a whole crowd of people around who watched this asshole cheat at dice, and he pulled the knife first because I
Right.
accused him of cheating, rightly. And then not a single person would defend Foodle, so he goes to jail. By the way, Kiona, I don't think Foodle's ever paid you back for the 10 gold. for
Kiona does
getting him
not
money.
actually expect that at all.
Okay.
Like she's not even.
I
She's
realized
forgotten about it like a million years ago. She forgot about it the next day. Like that's. She didn't care. That was the night that Goldrill made the speech. That was the
Yeah.
drunk speech about how awful the rest of us were.
Oh yeah, that's a good highlight right there.
Oh man, yeah, the speech.
Which leader you took like a champ. Like I really enjoyed listening to that. That was so
Yeah.
good.
It was really
I
good.
think
It was really
I
good.
feel like
Ghost
it was
asked
really
me before
good.
the stream to make up a speech for Leader to do when he had this thing happen, and I put something really dumb out there, and Leader made it really good. Like really just took it home, and it was great.
Yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
insulting all of us.
Yeah. You did phenomenally, Leader, with that. That was absolutely yeah.
You really did. That was
Yeah.
really fun.
Who's next for downtime highlights, or did everybody share theirs already?
I mean, I think that Kiona just was. Wait, was that the night? Was she blue yet then? No, she wasn't blue yet then.
No, that was coming back from.
Yeah,
from
that's right.
the crypt, yeah.
I think.
Oh
Maj
yeah,
was
we
just-
just gambled and won.
Yeah,
Me,
Masha-
Masha and Kiona gambled and
Yeah,
won.
we gambled and we won.
So nothing like super exciting.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Masha made more money than she'd probably ever had in her whole life. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
well,
was- that
which
was
is
a
why
big
Kiona gave
change.
that 10 gold away that you mentioned there, Foodle. She was just like, 10 gold, who cares? Like, here you go. Because she didn't understand that 10 gold was a lot.
She had made like 75 the previous night, right?
Right.
So it was like, ah,
So
whatever.
she was just like, all right, well, if I'm going to make that every time we do a thing, let's.
Yeah.
I think that's also when we. I'm trying to think. I think when we fought Greco. Oh, no, I can't remember. I'm trying to remember when we found the Gobstopper.
It was. Wait, when was the
That was
Gobstopper?
when
you-
It was
when you
when we
fought-
fought Greco. It was
you
in
fought
the
Greco,
treasure
you found the
room
Gobstopper.
across
Yeah.
from from Greco. Because
That
we
was
took
our
the treasure
first-
when we
Our first
left.
ball gag. We have
The
2
ball gag.
in the party now. Continue to donate them.
We need
I love
we
it.
need more.
It's beautiful.
need
We
more.
have a
need
regular
more.
ball gag,
No, we
and
don't.
we have the
No, we
magical
don't.
ball
We need
gag.
more. No, we don't. We need
And
more.
we do. We definitely need more. And I can't believe that Ghost is the one that's agreeing on this one.
I feel like as their relationship progresses, Foodle's eventually going to send one to Stefan. I think that's the trajectory.
The sneaky boots, yes. The
Yeah, but
sneaky
does
Yeah,
Foodle
the
know what they
sneaky
do
boots.
though?
Ball gag? Oh, I don't think Foodle knows what a ball gag is. He's just gonna be like, these are cool. We can
Found this
find
nice
these.
accessory for you.
Yeah.
It's a little impractical, but
Yeah. Yeah. The nice,
Brucey.
bracelet, right?
Brucey, I am not sitting on them. The party is sitting on them.
I'm so
That's
sorry,
because we
Party.
can't
Brucey.
get anywhere. Brucey, it takes us 10 episodes to get through one bullet point, so it's not Ghost's fault.
We're working on it slowly but surely.
I
We'll
would
get there.
So I would say that a highlight of downtime for me was something that happened the following day, which was when Kiona attempted to acquire some horses and had a wild magic surge that accidentally
That's
teleported
right.
her inside of a barrel bathtub
Yeah, I
with,
remember
an, with
that.
a dude.
Yeah, she was told
Some
by the mayor
guy.
that she can get some horses for their party, and they went to the horse person, and he made fun of her because she was small now. She was a halfling, and she is used to being a human and taken seriously at least a little bit. And the guy made fun of her, so she's like, all right, fine, I'm just gonna go gather the horses. And when she did it, wild magic happened and landed her and her horse inside of a bathtub with some rando stranger dude in a barn who proceeded to freak out. She freaked out. It was like a whole. That was fun.
Yeah, so that was a good one.
That was a good one.
That's super fun.
Some of the
I
wild
think that's
magic
also-
surges are ridiculous.
That's also where Goldrill opened up his potion brewing
right.
operation.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
And also
indeedy.
where Mazra first encountered the bastard brand, which was kind of a, they styled themselves a mutual aid and self-defense group, but essentially they're like a gang of half elves who are devoted to sort of protecting and furthering the interest, even illegally, of the caravan's half elven community. And sort of nothing has come of that as yet. But
Yeah, we
they've
haven't had
kind of
much
been-
time to really focus on
Oh
that.
my goodness. Peyton, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. This is our 25 episode celebration. We've done 25 episodes of our campaign, The Winds of Chaos. So welcome, Raiders. I hope everybody's doing well. I shut off the shout out command because it's making the shout out, the sounds from the
will
shout
attack more often than any other ghost.
Apparently it's doing it anyway.
I'm done.
this shit.
Fuck this.
Apparently it's doing it anyway. I don't
It didn't
don't
do
have-
the actual shout out though.
No, it didn't do the actual shout out, but it played the clip.
Oh my God, what?
Hey, Twisted Dares, welcome. How are you doing?
Hi, welcome. Oh
So,
my God.
I might as well just turn the shout out command back on,
I
since it's
love
not going to
that.
stop the
first
frickin'
time
sound
chat
from.
notification there, Ghost. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
that's a new one,
I
eh?
need to know how to do that, yo. That's really cool. Welcome, Twisted Dares.
So, everybody, I'm just going to put Pay Top Skidly Bop. I'm not going to do a shout out, a formal one anyway.
Right. We're trying
because
to
it's just
avoid
gonna-
the intrusive sounds.
just the intrusive sounds. However, go check out Peyton. He is a really cool dude. If anybody doesn't already know him, he's a VTuber. Plays a whole bunch of really cool stuff. A good friend of Andrew /ATM0, who's a friend of all of us. So man,
Yeah, I've had a ton of fun hanging out in his streams. I wish I could be there more, but just all the
Right.
time I've spent there has been a super fun time. So
Twisted Dares, I'm doing so good. We're actually recapping our campaign right now. So if you like D&D, Peyton, I don't know if you like D&D or not, but Peyton, Twisted Dares, if you fine folks like D&D, this is a good time to catch up on what we've been doing, and maybe donate a little bit of money to charity if you want to, if you find. But right now we're raising money for IGAL, which is a Canadian LGBTQ plus and Two Spirit charity dedicated to equality and education. And of course, we rotate our stream around, so it's not always on this channel. Tonight it is, but here's all the different channels.
Oh, link to YouTube. There is one place where you can go to get most of our past streams if you're really interested in knowing the campaign. We've got a YouTube playlist that will allow you to watch all but one of the episodes that we might have lost. But it's pretty comprehensive. It's good.
Yeah.
We finally got it together.
It's been so much fun. And of course I'm biased, but like having recently rewatched it in prep for this stream, it's a lot of fun. Like, I don't know.
Right.
I thought it was
going to be the world to watch.
I thought it was going to be horrible.
You don't feel like you're wasting your time. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I was worried it was going to be awful and super cringe and just
right. And you're just like sitting there like
But it was fun. Like these characters that you guys have created, it's a blast. So
you too,
Foodle as well.
You have created the best character. Foodle, everybody loves Foodle.
No.
The meme,
I believe
the meme
Foodle
character,
is the campaign favorite. To be honest.
Yeah. The campaign mascot.
Oh, God.
So back to the recap. So at the end of this downtime, you were brought together by Undrelor and by Mayor Roundtree to basically learn of the fact that through some documents of ancient and uncertain provenance, Undrelor, the sponsor of your refugee caravan, has discovered that beneath an artificial hill back in your hometown of Blycross was some kind of subterranean structure which may have housed whatever the goblins who attacked your town were looking for. And here we're getting into like main meat and potatoes of the campaign. You realized through survey maps, both of the most ancient variety and of more recent varieties, historically speaking, that this structure and artificial hill disguising it were indeed what Kiona's horse ranch had been built on top of. And so traveling back to Blycross,
and Ghost has been peppering that throughout Kiona's story as if it's little bits of loveliness for all of you guys, but it's all kinds of tragic crap for Kiona.
I'm so scared for more of her story. Oh my God. It's terrifying.
Yeah,
and basically, like as soon as Flutter made,
so sorry. Right.
Yeah, no, go ahead. As soon as Flutter made this character and sent me, like, we sat down and we did the sort of the basic write up of who this character is. Like within a day, I got back to her and I said, I have a whole story for your character. And it was the first character that I had a whole story like sort of etched out for. And Flutter said, I don't want to know what it is.
No, I want to discover it with my character because my character arrived on this farm as a child, and she grew up there in the normal life. I want to know what she knows. But the thing is, you guys, that Ghost did this thing. She didn't have before, and that's something of note I wanted to say. Before all of this started, before that wild magic surge that knocked out everybody in her farm and her whole life changed, she never had magic as far as she knew. She didn't know what magic was. So she has been learning through this whole thing with these surges and everything that she's doing about magic. None of her stats reflect the fact that she's a sorceress.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah, she's like dexterous and stuff because she was a cowgirl, right?
She was a performer in a rodeo, essentially. So.
Yeah. And so
that's something about her, yeah.
Sure. And then this is where that backstory of Kiona's started to not that backstory started to come out, more questions than answers, certainly, and certainly
Right.
questions that nobody asked, but got forced upon you anyway. As you journeyed back to Blackcross, you found a way into you found this lovely little peaceful grove, right beside the ruins of Kiona's ranch. That of course Kiona felt a sort of nostalgia for, but had no material memories of this place, only that feeling. And you found your way inside. You encountered your first of several of these strange black obelisks with this weird alien writing that doesn't make sense. It's not a language as we know language to be. However, Kiona can understand it somehow. And through that, you solved a couple puzzles to open a passage into this subterranean crypt. You journeyed through the crypt, which was a very, as you advanced through it, became stranger and stranger. You found these sarcophagi of 3 people that had killed each other, or the relief statues on top of the sarcophagus lids depicted how they had died, and you found the weapons or the means of killing them on the other sarcophagus lids, and basically had to recreate your murders. And every time you put the knife into one of them, you would hear them die, and it just became creepier and creepier.
So
You found some stairs to another level that ended up being almost like you flipped around the other side of a coin, and just found yourselves in a
the
mirror
last scene
image.
in the Labyrinth
Awful.
movie.
Yeah.
In MC Escher room where they walk around the edges.
Yeah.
God.
And you found yourselves on another floor that was a mirror image of the first, but this time was populated by some individuals who you had met previously and were in some sort of an undead or somehow corrupted state. Tinkerbell, the mage, backed up by a number of dead crewmates, or undead crewmates as it were, and also Eleanor Roundtree, who blamed you for her death. Having fought these, whatever they were, if they were literally there, because you don't know if Tinkerbell survived your encounter with her, even though we all know, right? Your characters do not.
The audience knows, right?
The audience knows, right? And the players know, the characters do not. And having dispatched these apparitions, or whatever it is they were, is not entirely clear. You found your way into the central chamber, where you encountered this humanoid being that looked like a human, dressed in orange robes, with 6 arms and no face, in possession of some rather powerful cleric spells that engaged you in combat that you had to defeat. And or at least 3 out of the 4 of you saw a creature with no face. It was later revealed, a couple sessions later, that Kiona actually saw
Herself.
Yeah, this being was wearing Kiona's own face.
And speaking in Kiona's mentor's, basically stepmother's voice.
Yeah, speaking in Kiona's adoptive mother's voice. Basically with this whole welcome home, dear, as she wasted away after being defeated.
As she tries to murder everybody and gets defeated. Yeah, this is the whole... So Kiona is reasonably just fucking psyched out by all of this at this point in time. She's just what just happened?
And I don't know, this was going to be one of my questions, but I don't think Kiona's told anybody. Has she told the?
She's kind of mentioned some of it, but she tries to downplay it every time and moves on to whatever conversation somebody else will let her have, because she doesn't want to talk about it because she doesn't understand it.
Yeah, she's freaked out. Understandably.
It just freaks her out, right? She's starting to learn at this point that she thinks that everything that she knew on the farm was a lie. And so for her, that's a really unsettling thought because her whole life was pretty perfect before all of this started. So
And even more distressing is she still has these feelings. Like the session ended with her stopping and taking one last look back at that grove,
still feeling
and still
positive
feeling
about
that,
the place.
yeah, that warm and fuzzy nostalgic feeling, but
Like, I love this
knowing
place.
like that what's actually in there is horrifying. And so it's that bit about like, can I trust my own heart? Can I trust my own feelings?
Right. Yeah, that's
You know, not just can I trust my own memories, but can I trust how I
Right.
feel about
right.
my past?
Yeah, so Kiona's a little bit jacked up at this point, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was dude, that was session 9. And I think Foodle
Yeah.
was full on unconscious. Foodle didn't make it through that
Oh, yeah.
fight. Foodle
Yep.
was at death's door.
I felt like that was like not to take away from
That
like,
was the
Kiona's-
fight where I'm sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, that was like not to take away from Kiona's thing, but I felt like that was one moment, like as they were leaving, where like the first little bond of like, these are my people happened with Mazra, because like Fudo got
Mhm.
knocked out and Kiona was like catatonic, and she just
That's
like
right.
basically carried
Mm.
Foodle potato sack
Carried
and
Foodle
like
and took Kiona by the wrist as she was going out. Like
she's like, you know, naturalistic is like, I should just leave these people, and it's just like, no.
Yeah.
and
That was a big
the
moment for.
the right Goldrill moment where he nat 20'd on his death save
Yes.
and woke back up
Mm.
and came in swinging. That was so
Clobbered
good.
clobbered the
So
priest
good.
thing.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
good.
that was a big moment of growth for Moz. Well, do you say growth? I don't know. A moment of realization for Moz.
Right,
Like,
right.
It was
Right.
it was the first and fittingly
And Sloth Drone was in that one.
Sloth Drone was
Yes,
in that one.
happened
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
the
dungeon.
the
Modron.
fight with
A wild
Yeah.
magic made a random
That was
being
so
appear in,
good.
that Kiona had summoned by accident that helped the party.
Pure
Uh,
law, not pure good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Pure law, right? Yeah.
So
it's
it had
like,
trouble with Kiona.
yeah. So it's this sort of clockwork mechanism, these Modrons, and we called it the Sloth Drone because it was it
was
happened off of a
redeemed from
wild
Sloth.
magic surge
Yeah.
redeemed by Sloth Siren,
Yeah.
which is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And Sloth Drone shall be returning. Most definitely. And how fitting that like that was basically our 10 episode mark. I mean, that was the end of episode 9 right there. And leading into episode 10 was sort of a moment of sort of decompression and trying to process what had just happened, and also coming to terms with the fact that you're camping out in the ruins of your former home and your former lives, and just coming to terms with not only what you just saw, but the fact that your home is
Everything
gone
we lost.
and you're
Right.
never coming back, and whatever like faint inkling in the back of the party's mind that, you know, maybe one day we'll be able to recapture what we had, and
Right.
you know, understanding that you can never go back, you can only go forward, was sort of how we ended episode 10. But it was really fitting that was the first, like, you know, Greco Findlebeak was a little bit of a, you know, not a comedy encounter, but it was a little bit of a lighthearted, like, adventurous romp kind
There
of
were
thing.
illusory butterflies, I believe,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Kiona in that
Oh,
counter.
yeah.
And this was the first time, you know, you dealt with goblins, you dealt with wargs, you dealt with pirates. This is the first time that you that our characters actually dealt with something that seemed larger than life and
Yeah.
seemed beyond.
Totally not understandable.
Yeah. And so you took back to the caravan in episode 11 a kind of graphite rubbing of this this script on a dais that used to hold or appeared to used to hold one of the black obelisks. You took that back to Undrelore for study. They've learned a couple things from it since that they've relayed to you, but not a whole lot. You had a little bit of downtime. You met Andrea Pantalonia, the purveyor of the Pantaloon tea shop.
That was the best moment in a tea shot ever. I
I love
say.
that so much. Holy
She was
crap.
fantastic. Can you give us just a little bit? This is the recap stream. Just a little
I don't
bit
want
of
to.
Andrea Pantalonia,
Yeah.
please. Please, Ghost. I'm asking you nicely. I'm saying please. I feel like the party, the chat was.
Hi. Welcome to Pan Saloon. What can I get for you?
She's so lovely.
Hey, May. Welcome.
Oh, goodness.
Welcome.
Welcome. How are you?
May, thanks for the raid.
Up?
We're not gonna do an official shout out because shout outs are playing the shout out sound clip player, which is not
All right.
supposed to do right now, but
Not supposed to happen.
Gamer May VR.
Yay.
There you go. Go follow May. Really,
Done.
really cool streamer. And thank
Fantastic.
you so much
Thank
for
you
the
so much.
follow, May. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so you and then this is where things this is where Keone, your relationship with Undrelore takes a little bit of a twist as well, because this is when you go back to
Right.
asked to be cured of being
Oh, that's
blue.
when she turned blue in that dungeon
Mhm.
too. She became
Yes.
a blue dwarf
Yes.
in that dungeon.
Yeah.
We dubbed her a Smurf.
That's right. That's right. She was a blue dwarf, and so.
Oh my
the
goodness, Goose,
blueness-
thanks for the raid.
Oh, Goose, yeah.
Jorsey the Horsey.
Hey,
I love that
Goose.
name, Jorsey the Horsey.
Yeah.
Welcome,
Jorsey the
welcome,
Horsey,
welcome.
that's
Ultra Beast
fantastic.
45.
Ultra
Also
Beast.
love that. Also love that name.
Welcome,
3
raiders.
raids.
Oh
Let's
my
go. Well, thank you
God.
so much, everybody, for coming
Goodbye.
by. We're
Thank you.
we're doing a little bit of a recap of D&D. But let's take a moment to just
But it's just a
value.
sandwich.
They're not. They
This,
weren't.
the clip's
okay.
playing.
Yeah.
So we're not polite.
damn it.
Got it.
Are they not listening?
No, I saw them
think
getting
they're
back. I
listening.
saw them grab the boost
Final,
and get
no
back.
more shoutouts. Shiraz, no
The
more
one that
shoutouts.
wasn't moving.
Don't do the shoutouts.
You can't control the
We
chaos
love
gods.
everybody. We love everybody, and the shoutouts are normal.
So
but
I
we
have-
turned off
I
the
have a
shoutouts
shout-out.
because-
Yeah, I have a shout out clip player. It's not supposed to be playing on this scene, but it is anyway. I don't know why. But it was Goose. We do need to shout out Goose because Goose
Yeah.
does deserve the shout out. And Goose made all the amazing art for the Winds of Chaos merch that just dropped today.
Sweet home Alabama.
Oh,
Yeah, freaking amazing, Goose.
Really
Yeah,
cool.
but
I already ordered my
Lord,
t-shirt.
just tip
Joe.
me
I
and
did
I
too.
love
Thank you
you.
so much. I'm so excited.
idea you guys actually requested. That was memeing.
Goose also.
What
I
happened?
don't think I've had a chance to
Sorry.
say it.
I wanna
love
meet
it.
my,
I love the
um,
little Fiona
my
in that
permanent
picture.
VR
She's
brother.
fantastic. And Mazra and Goldro with his lightning. Oh my god, Goose.
He
And our-
really
our
captured all the characters.
Really
And all
are.
the-
It's so perfect.
Yeah,
Did a
and
great
all
job.
of the streamer take from merch sales from now until the end of June is going towards Egal, which is a Canadian two-spirit LGBTQ plus charity. So yeah, anything that is our take from merch sales is going straight to charity. So thank you so much, Goose, for the amazing artwork that you put into this, and thank you so much to anybody buying that merch for contributing to charity. You can also contribute directly to charity with that Tiltify link that Cauliflumps just posted in chat, and also
Please
with any of
do.
our community bits redeems that you can see sort of lurking behind the chat box there. You can spend some, any bits that are given in this stream can go towards designing a landmark for our heroes to visit, creating a merchant who sells specific items, a one-sentence NPC to appear in a player character's personal story, or a small side quest to send our characters on, right? And all those bits are going to get donated to that charity as well. So, yeah, Underlord cured Kiona of being blue, but also they decided that hey, like your magic is kind of weird, and you know, we need to see what's up with it. And so they performed some
ritual. I don't know.
Some-
They
some-
put her
some-
on
let's-
like a little pedestal in the middle of
Yeah,
a room
we-
and did
we
some
could
things
call
to
it-
her to see what would happen.
yeah, we could call it a
essentially.
slightly invasive experiment, is what we could call it. And
They
you had
all
the
have
poor,
like,
you had the
clipboards
poor
and
scribe
notebooks
like
or whatever it is
taking
in this version
notes.
of the world, like where they
Yeah.
write down their notes. And poor Kiona is standing there just being like, okay, surrounded by a bunch of people that are just writing down everything. Oh my god.
Goosey, thank you so much for the raid.
Goose.
Thank you for the lurk, love you, buddy.
Yeah.
And then you were sent off on your next fateful expedition, which spans pretty much the rest of the campaign up until now, which was your
Yeah.
expedition,
Episode 8.
which was your next, which was your expedition into the Ostrand Pass, which was a mountain pass through the Stormspire Mountains that would take you over the mountain range and into the lands to the east. And so you headed first up to Fort Ostrand to meet with Clan Coldstone, the Orcish Clan Coldstone, not related to the ice cream company.
Not affiliated.
Not
However,
affiliated.
there is
However, they
an
do-
ice cream place in their
It
place.
did. It did come.
because-
It did come out that they had their own special chilled cream
chilled cream
dessert.
Chilled cream dessert. Yeah.
So you journeyed up to Fort Ostrand, where you found this clan of orcs had sort of taken up residence. And now orcs in this setting are not the brutish, thuggish kind of race that is typically portrayed in D&D. They resemble more like Scottish Highland clans. And so they took you in. You were given a mission by their chief Ogrim Farseeker to track down and deal with there was going to be an imminent attack. This gets pretty complex. There's going to be an imminent attack by a violent clan of orcs that had fallen into worship of Grumsh, this old orcish god that the orcs had previously abandoned, this god of chaos and violence and destruction. After the cataclysm, some orcs sort of felt like they had become weak and soft and retreated back to this worship of Grumsh, and become much more violent and destructive as a result, and predatory as a result. Fearing an imminent attack on the fort by the Bloodfoot Reavers who worship Grumsh, Ogrim sent you down into the forest to entreat with the Woods Witch in order to get the right to harvest some lumber to beef up the fort's fortifications to face the coming attack. You went into this forest and encountered a strange old woman named Ephema, who has a bell, a warlock.
Yes.
I have a bell.
That's the one.
Our first guest player, my wife Megan, Starborn Striker in the chat. Oh man, she was so fun. She was so lovely. I'm sorry, Megan.
Why
I
is
have sound
this not
commands
working?
disabled. That means the Megan command is disabled.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Ghost. Really?
I'm sorry. Well, I wanted there to not be sounds playing during this stream, but you can see where that landed me in the end.
We tried so hard, right?
Yeah, yep. So you encounter Ephema there. You meet her familiar Ikari and her 3 snails. What were their names again? There's like Henry.
We
I
can
know
agree on the
Callum is one
one
of them.
that we all.
It's
Callum-
Callum. That's what I heard.
Callum is
Callum.
the
But it was
is the
probably
third one
actually
who's
Calvin.
a jerk.
The only one that
That
matters.
was
really.
misinterpreted as Calvin.
Yeah,
Callum. I don't know. It was Callum misinterpreted as
Callum's
Calvin.
the important one.
Yeah.
I don't
Callum's
know.
the important
it's
one
Callum.
because
Yeah.
he's a jerk, right? Which they're just snails. He's the one getting a
There's
spin-off
really
series. Yeah.
no...
It was later
Uh.
revealed that Callum, this unassuming but
Go watch.
slightly
There's
aggressive
on the YouTube
and
thing. Link
mean
the YouTube
snail.
thing. The narrative telephone is on the YouTube thing. So if you're
Mm.
interested in
Oh,
Callum
yeah.
the Snail, go watch Narrative Telephone from Megan's birthday stream.
Yeah,
on the
as it turns
YouTube.
out, Callum
Like-
the snail
There-
has a whole backstory.
and some of the performances in that, dare I say, none of ours, but like some
No,
of the
right?
later ones, holy crap!
For
I was
real.
blown away. Like, what
Perfection.
the hell? Anyway,
Given nothing to
Definitely
work
good
with
shit, buddy.
and making amazing pieces.
yeah.
So you met Ephema, and she reveals that the reason why she's been sort of aggressive and not allowing Clan Coldstone to come into her territory is because there are orcs who had been defiling and corrupting the forest with their dark magic. And so you journey deep. Oh, I forgot to mention, as you took off into the woods, the very important thing to mention is that you were joined by Chief Ogrim Farseeker's young nephew, Stefan, who is a bard in training, a war bard in training, which has since become Foodle's special friend. So Stefan, the nephew and heir apparent of Chief Ogrim Farseeker, joined you in your adventure as an opportunity to prove himself. And there were many fun songs sung. There was a bits redeem where players could spend bits and give me some lyrics, and I would have Stefan sing the lyrics to give bardic inspiration. So there was a faux Scottish orc rendition of Jay Chili's Chunkachu rap.
I know Foodle's biased, but like, Stefan's got to be one of the best NPCs that we've had. Oh my goodness!
I had a lot of fun
Aw,
making
Poodle.
Stefan.
So good.
I had a lot of
Stefan
fun
is
making
fun.
Stefan. Yeah.
Stefan is just a young guy that has no real cemented ideas about the world, that just happened to come along with this group on this mission and see lots of weird shit happen.
And nearly die along the way.
Yeah,
Nearly
a couple
died.
times nearly
No.
died.
Oh my goodness!
Yep.
See the old woman that he has been warned against.
Yep.
Because
Yeah, that's
I don't know if I should say it. She is the witch, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
witch of the woods.
Yep. So yeah, Ephema is the Witch of the Woods. Hey Jinto. And yeah, man. So Stefan comes along with you. Foodle has a little crisis of humanity or no-manity, I guess, as he encounters a slaughtered village of forest gnomes, his distant cousins, who had been murdered by the orcish defilers in the forest, these worshippers of Grumsh. And Foodle very, very nearly stoops to their level of cruelty before being sort of pulled back by his friends.
And largely Ephema, I gotta say, thank God for Ephema in
Yes,
that episode, because
seriously.
I don't think any of us would have come up with a way to get Foodle to like be sane at that moment in time.
Yeah, because like, I was
we
thinking
were
about this.
trying, but we were all like
Oscar wasn't.
Yeah.
She was telling him to go kill them all.
Mhm.
Well, exactly.
Right, well,
I was
what was it?
when I was rewatching, I was thinking
Yeah, I
about it.
was
And
like,
I was
that's
like,
not the best idea, but I don't know what to tell you, so
yeah. Well, like I was thinking about it during the rewatch, and I realized that like Mazra would have been if Ephema hadn't been there, Mazra would have been the only one who could have talked Foodle out of it. But Mazra had given her word. Like,
Mazra was
he
okay
was
with
gonna
it.
help Foodle, and she didn't.
Right.
She's like, whatever, chop their fucking heads off. I don't care.
Make you get through your thing? Yeah,
So,
okay, let's
yeah.
Yeah.
So thank goodness for Afima.
Yeah, no
Right.
kidding. Yeah, and so you fight your way into the Orcish encampment. You defeated an advanced patrol barely because Kiona fireballed the whole party and nearly killed them all at one
That was the
point
first time. That was the first time the fireball hit. It
with
damn
a
near
wild
killed
magic
everybody.
surge. Yeah,
It was
just
awful.
about killed everybody.
That was brutal.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
my
was tough.
goodness.
Enter Kiona learning that she can kill her companions, and now she's not sure about anything anymore.
Thus, in Goose Brigader's brilliant little ensemble party image is Kiona, who's looking fried because she regularly seems to fireball herself with her wild magic surges. Whoops.
It's true. And that was once we got to the final fight in that, Kiona did that whole I'm gonna be a distraction and ran out into the middle field and started doing magic in hopes to trigger her wild magic. Cause I had a lot of things from you guys banked that I needed to get through.
Yep. That was a big charity stream that we did, and a lot of people contributed a lot of bits to pile on the wild magic surges to make Kiona roll on the wild magic surge table. And so Kiona,
I had like 10 of them stacked up at the time, and I was finally like, I messaged Ghost, and I was like, what if Kiona decided she wanted to be a distraction and just ran into the middle of the field and made it happen, and all of them just happened?
Yeah, which was a brilliant hero moment for Kiona, because the rest of the party were making plans, like, how are we going to approach this camp? How are we going to draw the guards away?
Well,
and Kiona was just, I can do this. And she just rushed them and triggered all of her banked up wild magic surges at once. And it was
as a distraction.
Absolute bonkers.
Yeah.
And it worked.
It worked.
Yeah.
You're like Sunday. I mean, this was like the third or fourth time that Mazra had a plan that just we fucking didn't do.
That's
like
D&D, yeah.
Someday we have to do a
We have to do what Mazra says to do.
Like,
yeah,
because we've never fucking done it. Like, we have to. We tried everything else. Like,
right? Oh my god.
And so you successfully defeated the Orcish priest. That it turns out was holding some of your friends. Another adventuring group from your caravan called the Leak Squad, who are 3 NPCs based on some friends of our community. You basically set them free. It was a pretty harrowing battle. You barely made out of it by the skin of your teeth. It was a tough one, but a well fought one. And finally, you defeated those orcs. You made it back to Fort Ostrand. Are able to report that you introduced Afima the Wood Witch to Chief Farseeker. They hammered out an agreement for use of the forest.
They hammered each other in the night?
No.
I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain.
We will all attest to
right.
this.
Yeah, there's an Afima X Ogram ship happening.
It did not. I can hear it in Megan's voice.
Oh man.
But we all got it regardless. We all got to do a band thing. We got together as a band.
We
that
did,
evening.
yeah.
It
So
was
at the
Stefan.
celebration that night, which was Stefan, his final test to prove that he was ready to be a fully fledged warbard. The rest of the party and these players live, everybody grabbed instruments of some kind and played a little song that was incredibly scuffed.
It was terrible, y'all.
Incredibly scuffed. I think Who wrote the lyrics for that? I think it was Brucey. Might have written the lyrics for that. Who was it? You, Brucey? I don't know if you're. I don't
Was
know
it?
if you're
I
paying
thought
attention.
I'm sorry we ruined your
Who?
song.
Somebody wrote the lyrics for that, but
Sloth?
it might have
Or
been
did
Sloth.
They
It,
write the.
it might have been it might have been Sloth. You might be right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I
It
thought
was Sloth.
but okay.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, it was Sloth.
So good.
Which it was amazing. Yeah. So we performed a
bros.
song on stream. You can watch that if you want to.
Song.
I don't know. I don't know what you would want
I
to.
tried to play my cat. It didn't work.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
It was lots of fun. That was a good night, yo.
The following day, next session,
Oh no!
the
The
blood.
following day, I think the nightmare that Mazra had happened. I'm pretty sure.
Was that
the
before-
night
was that
before the
Mazra had
attack
her
or after the
nightmare.
attack?
No, we had the attack first.
Yeah, we
It
had
was
the
after,
I think
yeah.
we
It
had
was
the
after,
attack
All right.
first.
yeah.
So
I'm sorry.
the following
We were
day-
No,
fine.
you're
Fine.
the following day was the day of the attack. You snuck through an underground tunnel while the defenders of the fort held off the main advance. You snuck through the tunnel, faced off against and slew the commander of the Bloodfoot Reavers, the number 2 Reaver, the Eye of Grumsh, which was a warrior blessed by Grumsh. You successfully defeated him. Mazra had a really cool one-liner because Mazra scored the final blow, and Mazra by this point is starting to have ever since, in fact, Mazra killed the Eye of Grumsh, and with a little one-liner that taunted Grumsh himself, has brought some unwelcome attention
No.
from Grumsh upon Mazra, and that night was the nightmare. So do you want to talk about that, Wolf?
Tell us about the night.
I've talked
Mazra had.
enough for now. So why don't you tell us about Mazra's nightmare?
So they were given rooms at the fort for the night. I think everyone had a nice dinner, a feast, and drinks and all that. And she had a dream at first that she was like running through the fields with like fellow orcs, well, full-blooded orcs, and they were kind of, I think the grass was like purple or something, and they were like hunting these some kind of an animal, using like their strength and maybe some crude weapons,
Like some spears, yeah.
right? And so they managed to pin down and as one of these animals they were hunting and killed it, and they were just like literally just pulling it apart and just eating it like raw, and then Mazra wakes up in the rain in the fort, like standing over the dead body of one of the party's horses, having eating it and having carved the symbol of the Eye of Grumsh into its side.
And that caused a lot of a
And then
little
she
bit of
panicked.
Just
Yeah.
a little bit of a problem.
cause a little bit of drama within the group.
Yeah.
Because that
Because
was
the
one of
first
Kiona's
thing-
horses.
That was one of
Well, yeah.
Fiona's horses, you guys.
Well,
Fiona loved-
what did Mazra do? So she.
So
Oh,
I know one of our questions that we're gonna talk. What's one choice you made off the cuff that like affected your story? Well, that was it, because
That was the one.
originally she wasn't. The very basic concept I'd spoken to Ghost about was that she wasn't gonna tell anybody, and it was gonna just be like a secret that she had that would maybe come out at some point in the future, and that didn't happen. So she cut the symbol off the horse hide to basically so no one in the fort would freak out by seeing it, and then figured the best course of action was to wake Kiona up in the middle of the night and try to pay her money to replace her horse.
And tell her point blank.
Yeah.
I brutally murdered your horse. Please take payment.
And of course, Kiona waking up in the middle of the night with this news shoved at her in such an unceremonious way was a little bit disturbed by it. Went out to look at the horse to see what happened. She couldn't believe it. She went out. She got freaked out. She kind of went into a catatonic state for the rest of the night because she was, oh my god, her hair. That was a whole thing. She changed form. Did she change forms? She lost her hair.
So, yeah, she
remember
lost her
her
hair.
fell out.
Yeah, her hair fell out.
Ah, oh my goodness.
She had a wild
Yeah.
magic surge that made her lose her hair.
Yeah. It
And
was
then
so good.
basically in Mazra, well, now we know. But then Kiona was freaking out, and then she decided that the best thing to do was wake Foodle up, so that because he's our emotional tank, and that went about as well as you could expect. And then she went to go get Stefan, and then he suggested getting Goldrill, so it was just a chain reaction of
A whole series
Bad.
of bad decisions.
Oh, God. I love what a train wreck that whole thing was.
Yeah.
Holy
Foodle and
crap.
Fiona ended up
It was
spending the
incredible.
night by her fire, just like, or by one of their fires, just hanging out and just staring at the fire most of the night. The next morning, or the next day, Kiona was warned not to eat the soup at dinner.
Yep. Because those
And-
orcs are
Yeah.
very practical.
Not letting good meat go to waste.
Food, yeah, yeah.
And Kiona had no idea, and I actually had no idea when Kiona was told.
It's just
not
so
to eat
shocking
soup.
to me.
That was
I
funny
just
because
didn't pick up on
everybody else picked up on it. And you're when you found out, you're like,
okay,
what?
It's fine. They ate my horse, y'all. They ate my horse.
it didn't go to waste.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yep.
can't remember when you, Flutter, found that out. I want to say it was
a
like
couple
a
episodes later.
post-
It was a while later. I don't know.
Was it during an
after the
episode or
whole
was it
thing.
after a stream where we
It was
all-
during an
I can't
episode.
remember.
Yeah,
It was.
during an
Okay,
Yeah,
episode.
when I realized that was the reason why y'all told me not to eat the thing, because I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
totally.
Amazing.
And so after
Totally
that,
that
you said your farewells to the orcs at Fort Ostrand. Your caravan continued to move through the Ostrand Pass, where you came upon another orcish community that was sort of synthesized with a dwarven hold up in a mountain called Duroman. And this was where you found out that there had been monster attacks in Duroman, a recent struggle against the Bloodfoot Reavers had opened a passage into a dungeon where monsters had been coming out. The orc chief and the dwarven king had disappeared along with the dwarven king's super powerful magical artifact weapon, the Thundermaul Warhammer. They had disappeared into the dungeon, and the desperate peoples of Duroman pleaded with you to go into that dungeon and retrieve and return the Thundermaul. Inside that dungeon, you met Fieldine, played by our second guest player, Robert the Bruce. So Fieldine, a sorceress of law, in somewhat in contrast to Kiona's sorceress of chaos, wild magic sorceress, assisted you in navigating the dangers of this dungeon. You met many strange creatures, oozes, gricks, something called the Mouther, which was a mound of flesh with, dozens of eyes and hundreds of gnashing teeth and mouths all over its body.
That thing was
We have met
nasty.
some really
Yeah.
disgusting things, you guys.
Yeah.
I gotta say.
Hard carried, okay, Brucey? You hard carried the party through it.
Definitely, Brucey's character, Fieldine, literally carried Kiona's unconscious body out of a place to save her life at one point.
This
Yeah, I
culminated.
feel like Oh,
You
I
go
was
ahead.
about to say, I feel like if Fielding had gone in there with like, I don't know, 8 cases of caltrops, she could have just done the whole thing on her own.
Yeah.
Caltrops and Fielding carried us through that whole thing.
Those slimes with their 10 feet of movement, and then Caltrops will like reduce movement by 10 feet.
We got lucky for that though. That was when Kiona went. That was when Kiona went down for the first time, I think.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
had to roll against death at
Yeah.
that time. Yeah.
So that
She got buried by a slime.
yeah, that dungeon delve culminated in your discovery of a magical laboratory being operated by 2 misshapen, spindly creatures with a single huge eye in the middle of their face called Nothics, who gibbered. Another thing I regret doing is those gibbers, because you blurped it.
So
It was
who
gorgeous.
gibbered, just on the verge of insanity about worshiping some kind of god that they had imprisoned, and were doing its bidding. This god that was, somehow both worshipped and commanding them on one hand, and yet their prisoner on the other, that they kept in the basement. And so, having defeated the Nothics, you found some notes and some different magical items that you took back with you. Fielding found another one of those red lacquer boxes in the dungeon's treasury, identical to the one carried by the Queen of Ilion into the tomb with her, where she was interred while still alive. And Fielding took that box, claiming to not know exactly what it is. Although, is that true? I'm not sure. Only Fielding
Boodle
can
sure
answer that.
believed her,
Yeah.
because technically,
Right. I think
Boodle
we all
found it.
believed her. Honestly,
Oh,
we
yeah,
were
I
just
think
like,
so.
yeah, here's your treasure. We were spent for another thing, so we have no idea. Just take what you need.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
box.
It's a
Yeah,
box, there you
whatever,
go.
have it.
I think who was it that rolled? There was somebody that critted on an intelligence check to see
It's
if they
actually
remember.
Boodle.
Yeah,
It was.
I think it was.
It was
Yeah, and
Ollie.
I was gonna be like, this is familiar to you. It might be something that you saw back in the beginning, but then because you critted, I told you like exactly. You remember specifically seeing this, and here's the context that you saw it in, which was pretty cool. Journeying down into the next level. Yeah, he had a full on flashback. Journeying down to the next level, you found a gigantic, almost like a big block of ice, but it's like a crystalline formation in the middle of this huge crumbling chamber, in the middle of a circle of pillars. And you found a strange presence inside of this crystal that was able to reach out and touch each of your minds and somehow show you visions. For some of you, it was like dreams that you had. For some of you, it was visions of things that you'd never seen before. For some of you, it was things that were very familiar. For some of you, it was almost like a nightmare. For some of you, it seemed like a prophetic dream of some kind that you couldn't quite make out. Some of you, it was actually happy memories. But the thing sort of reached out and made you see all these visions. Because it spoke to you rather condescendingly, as like, a human might speak to an insect, you were ready to just sort of turn around and leave. That's when it became a little bit more aggressive, and it actually took control of Goldrill's body, and forced him to pick up a hammer in the grasp of a dwarven corpse, the foot of the crystal that turned out to be the Thunderball, and use that hammer to smash the crystal, whereupon the creature promptly disappeared. There was also a little bit of an interlude with Kiona.
Gotta say though, that just rewind just a second to where you said y'all were about to leave. Kiona was never going to leave that chamber. She was
True.
100% obsessed with that little crystal, but it must have assessed then that the rest of them would win out and she would follow them at some point.
Mhm.
That makes me like, oh man.
Because that was Kiona's second big. Hey, Jay Chili, welcome. That was
No,
how are ya?
hi.
that was Kiona's second big backstory moment, or
reveal
second
thing?
big
Yes.
hint at a backstory that
Yeah.
she's unaware of.
Yeah.
Which was
It showed her a vision. At first, it was just her the day of the cataclysm, as if she had gone to that festival and she was like winning the contest or whatever. And she tries to reach out to her family, they disappear, and then she ends up in this space, which is kind of like the space behind me right now. And then the thing that was in the crystal looks at her and is like, "Wait, why are you here? That you shouldn't be here." And Kiona, of course, has no idea what's going on. And then it said a name to her.
So who is it talking to before? It was like saying it was like saying something, right?
It was
And it wasn't.
the being thing.
Yeah, the
It
being
was
inside the
saying
crystal.
something. I feel like it was just musing to itself, but Kiona
Yeah.
could hear it. Like,
Yeah.
like this is beyond your like intelligence level. You shouldn't be here. Like, why are
Yeah.
you here? And
Yeah.
and Kiona was just like, what? And then it was, and then it said the name Kalash. To her, you need to find the followers of Kalash, and gives her like a specific kind of thing. And then it woke her up and threw her a couple feet back onto her back in actual physical reality.
Mm-hmm. And then Brucey almost fell out of their chair because Brucey knows
right,
too
Kalash.
much. Brucey
Right,
knows too much.
Brucey
Which,
had a reaction.
if you guys go out and you search Kalash, you're not gonna find anything, because that's not the whole thing.
I wouldn't do it anyway.
But
I have
Brucey-
not done it.
Yeah, I
Yep.
wouldn't.
Yep. But Brucey was able to take like little clues and then that sort of partial word, and I could see the look on their face on the stream, and I was like, "Oh, Brucey, don't say anything." I immediately went to Discord and
Right.
swore them to secrecy,
right,
because
right.
Brucey actually understands what's going on, or has some sort of inkling. I don't know how much they really understand, but
Right,
has some sort of
so-
inkling about what's going on.
So
And Brucey
Fiona
has
has
said
a name
nothing.
to go on to try to
Yeah.
figure out what the fuck is
They
up
haven't-
with her.
Yeah.
And that is, and the thing said that they might meet again in the future, and that's all she
Mhm.
knows. But to her, that is a link. That is something, because everything up until now, Underlore said he doesn't know what her magic's about, and then they did experiments on her, and then then everybody she asks that has magic, she asks them, she's like, "What is this? Like, I'm just." And none of them have a clue what is going on with her wild magic. So this is the first time she gets something that gives her like maybe a lead to
Yeah.
why she is
Yeah.
the way she is. And so she's like really, really obsessed with this moment.
Sure. And now this recap's gone on way too long. So I think the last really major thing that happened was our third guest player, which was Snozberries, where we then went, after coming back from this dungeon, handing over the Thunder Maul to the new Dwarven King, Prince Dorian, not Prince Durian, Prince Dorian, and then Dorian used the Thunder Maul to seal that dungeon back up again and collapse the cave on top of it. Yeah, imagine something taking longer than anticipated with this group. Windbags of chaos.
That might actually be it. Like
Yeah. After that, you followed a lead on Stefan's brother Eamon, who had led an ill-fated expedition that had disappeared against the Bloodfoot Reavers. You got a lead that he might be in this forested region of Talmark to the south of the eastern end of the Ostran Pass. So you head south into this forest. You meet up with a druid named Vish, played by Snozberries, who enlists your help in defeating some orcs that had moved into the region. Good night, leader. Take care, buddy.
Take care, man.
Good night,
So
leader.
some of these Bloodfoot orcs who were causing trouble in the area had raided and abducted a number of druids and villagers from Talmark. You snuck into their fort. You freed the captives. You returned the magical staff that the druids had enchanted for Eamon, but the Bloodfoot had sort of somehow taken from him and returned in a corrupted form. To try to take control of the forest. Having saved the day, you helped the villages of Talmark sort of rebuild and recover from their trauma. Oh my goodness, Shiraz, design a landmark for us to visit. All right, Shiraz,
Oh, dear.
DM me on Discord. What landmark do you want? Yeah, what landmark do you want our character? What landmark do you want to come up in our campaign?
Oh god.
I'm
DM
so
me the
excited.
details,
I had-
or put it in
it's
chat
been
if you
30
want to.
seconds
Oh
since
my
I was
god.
gonna say, oh my god, what?
And that's a 400. Create a merchant who sells specific wares. Oh boy. Oh, he's doing all of them.
Shiraz!
Oh no. Here it is.
Holy
Shiraz, thank
crap,
you
Shiraz.
for your generosity, Shiraz. This is amazing.
That's incredibly cool of you.
That's
Shiraz.
incredible.
It's Shiraz's
Shiraz.
world. We all just
Amazing.
live in it.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's true. Shiraz has been a major instigator of this campaign.
Ah!
I think our top 3 major instigators are Shiraz, Snoz, and Brucey.
Yeah. And I think that this is a good moment then to also give all of these people credit because they have done
Yes.
so much in terms of influencing. We've had the rewards available so people could influence the campaign in one way or another, and the things that they have done have made huge changes in a lot of places, and it's pretty fantastic.
It's made the campaign so fun and rich, and
Yeah.
every change. I love it. It's been such a blast. So thank you everyone who's been doing that. I know not everyone has the money and everything to give. So
No.
those of you who have donated even once, like I know
Absolutely.
B has done a lot, especially during the charity stream, and Sloth and others,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So, seriously,
Absolutely.
you guys are amazing, and you've made this
Yeah,
campaign
the
amazing.
community element to this is
Oh,
is
yeah.
beyond. Yeah, I couldn't have asked for anything better. You guys are amazing.
Yeah, Snozberries, who unfortunately, sadly, Snozberry's life schedule has changed with the changing careers and isn't able to be with us as much as he wants to be. But man, yeah, we've got Beachan, we got Zerp, who did a whole bunch during the during the charity stream. Yeah,
Vanessa donated.
Vanessa did a
during the
ton as
charity,
well.
right?
Yeah.
Zerp chose our hair color during that
Yep.
charity
Yeah,
stream.
that's right.
That's right.
Salem
Just want to
has
know.
Salem Knights has made us a couple magic items, including
Yes.
the silent boots.
Mhm.
Man, and just to echo what you said, Flutter, the community engagement and how much ownership people have taken into this game, and I hope people who have sort of lurked and kind of not done a whole lot can sort of take after that example, not to pressure anybody into
Yeah.
it, but just to show that
Yeah, if you
we
like the game.
want your input into this game, and we love
Love it.
the when I get to say this was an NPC created by this person who's been in chat, the look of joy on all the players' faces is, and what I imagine is the look of joy on Leader's face as well. But he doesn't really show he doesn't really turn on a webcam too much.
But it's true. I think that is a thing that we look forward to as players. It's an element that gets thrown in. It's a wrench you can toss into our campaign and make us figure our way around. It's something that is it's a lot of fun. You know, make a bad guy harder, or make the wild magic happen, or find a useful mundane item, which is often kind of hilarious because
It's usually
Well,
like
those-
a ball gag or something.
right.
Yeah.
Well, and the mundane items have saved us sometimes.
Honestly, they have,
like,
yeah, at some point.
Just off the top of my head, like, I don't know how we would have made it through the final boss of the very first session without the generosity of chat. So
Yeah.
that was
They learned their lesson though. Now they just do the mutations. They don't give
Yeah.
us mundane items as
Yeah,
much
that's
anymore.
true.
there is that.
That's
there is
true.
that.
But some of them, they'll do things. Oh, Nia Medusa, thanks for coming by. Thank you for the lurk.
Thank
I hope
you,
you're doing
Medusa.
well. Yeah, it's definitely sort of an abusive relationship with chat though, because
It
like
is
you said,
kind
I
of
don't know how he
bad.
made it through the boss of the first session. Chat also mutated that boss.
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
There is that.
Yeah.
So chat definitely plays with you guys a bit.
Yeah.
But it's been amazing, and I just need to read out something that Megan set up here that really encapsulates what I was trying to say, is that when you consider that this kind of game is all about moments, the contributions of chat really create a lot of those fun, memorable moments, and they're moments that I really hope that you folks out in chat can take ownership of. And you don't need
Absolutely.
to just donate bits for that, right? Like if you're somebody who is familiar with D&D and wants to lend their expertise in some way, like Greco Findlebeak was a character created by Robert the Bruce, not because Brucey donated, but because you know, I really needed somebody to build some encounters because I was running out of time and I was down to the wire, and Brucey said, let me take it on. So, you know, thank you, Brucey, to that. And Brucey's been instrumental in a lot of these things that have nothing to do with the bits redeems. Brucey made Kiona's race change table, right?
That's right.
And
So
I
every
mean-
time Kiona changes races, that's a Brucey right there.
That's
freaking
right.
amazing.
Brucey
And I
Brucey made that ultimate decision. I just rolled a die. That's
Mhm. So good. Like, how amazing is that? It's just so fun. And I also want to mention, like, you know, even if you've never played D&D and you don't know anything about it, like, think about Loren and the contributions she's had, right? So, yeah, that's
Yeah.
been really, really fun too.
Yeah, we're building a story here, and we want you in chat to be part of this story. Like even if you're not a player in the game, because I've run some big party D&D games. We can't do it. As much as I want to invite like 7 people or 8 people or 10 people or 12 people to play this with me, it's impossible.
it's,
Yeah.
it's bad enough with as many players as we have.
I know.
Yeah.
Think about how we would have made
Yeah.
it to like the 4th episode if we had 12 players.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
But I really have set out that I want chat to be our permanent 5th player.
I love it.
And so we always want to hear from you. And so we've got chat making NPCs. Shiraz all the way back in like session 1 or 2 redeemed an NPC that has not appeared yet,
Has still not
But
come
is-
out yet.
but is going to be a major NPC.
Thank you for
and
your patience.
I
Shiraz.
just
also
Shiraz has an infinite amount of patience.
right. Well,
Holy
and
crap.
on that line, you know, if you've had something that you've redeemed and it just hasn't gotten done yet, it definitely will. We're trying to
Yes.
make sure it happens in continuity with the story as well. But Ghost is definitely okay with all of us getting thrown like a million miles off the track we were on because of one of these contributions.
Yeah.
It will happen, I promise.
And so with that said, I think you know, we didn't touch everything in the recap, but I think that we're good
That's
to
pretty
move
close
on
to
to
where
something
we're at.
else.
Yeah.
I think we're ready to like why don't we take some, like, if anybody in chat has any favorite memories from the campaign or favorite moments that they want to share with us. If anybody in chat has any questions for the group, for myself as a DM, for any of the individual players, please share them. Just post them in chat and we'll start talking about them. One question I had for you guys while folks in chat are thinking about what they want to offer up to us. I think some of my favorite moments personally have been moments where I threw something out there and everybody's grabbed onto it. Foodle having this massive crisis over finding the slaughtered village of forest gnomes. I didn't expect to get that much play. And it's moments like that I really appreciate, is when I put something out there and people grab onto it, which is really, really fun, really rewarding. One time Samurai Huey Will made a comment because we were talking about Winds of Chaos one time when I was in his chat, and he just mentioned that whenever he comes and he watches, like he logs on to watch this campaign, Ghost Pepper is just sitting there not saying anything, and everybody else is like yakking at each other. And I feel like my role is to like set that up, right? Because a lot of the moments of crisis and things like that are kind of things that I've slid in there as the sort of the story master and the dungeon master. And I just love it to be able to kind of, just poke something and then stand back and see everybody kind of light up over it and have a go at each other over it.
Right? Brucey, I have to say, I love that too. The moment that Foodle smokes Kiona.
That was so funny. So one of Kiona's wild magic surges is to turn into a potted plant, which we decided that she turned into smoke leaf, which is...
Well, technically Shiraz decided. I mean, this is where the community had, like,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like, so ridiculous. Like, oh my gosh, this community. And
yeah.
Shiraz,
Foodle smoked Kiona and had a wild magic surge because he did.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank goodness Foodle didn't race change. Oh my god.
Oh my god, right?
Yeah.
Right. I think Foodle might have had like a whole crisis if that had happened.
Which there's a highlight of that somewhere on my Discord of
I think there is, yeah. Oh my god.
That moment where I said, I think people knew that it was Kiona was a plant, but the moment when Foodle smoked and I said, all right, Foodle, roll on the wild magic surge table, and Collie's face, oh my goodness, your face was like, oh no.
Realization. I was like, oh god, this is what Flutter does every week. Oh, like multiple times. Right? Oh no. It's terrifying.
I could kill everybody, or I could turn into a sheep, or I could...
Yeah. Just permanently blue,
That was such a good moment. My question that I had for you guys was, what is something that you have chosen to do sort of off the cuff, but that immediate decision in the moment that you didn't think much about somehow became something that was like a meme of the campaign or has become an important part of your character? And then Wolf, you said one. Can you remind us what that was?
That was Mazra, instead of like being cool about it and keeping her secrets, she decided to wake Kiona up and tell her the horrible news. But I think in that same vein, it's that what even was more of a not thought moment was when we were having that watch session with Mazra and Goldrill, and he's like, "Oh, I'm really sorry about what I said during that speech," and she's like, "Well, you shouldn't have drank so much." There's just that like Masha's not here to give you emotional support.
That was so
Maja
good.
is so matter of fact, and that's the beauty of you
Oh,
playing
yeah.
her, because the things that just slip out that are just choice.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just love like Goldrill is this young person who is reaching out and saying like, I did it bad and I'm in the wrong, and I'm reaching out to you for like support and to move past that. And Maja's just like, nope, be more responsible, make better choices. It was so good. It was so good.
Yeah.
Excellent. We got some, and then I'll hear from Flutter and Collie what are their off the cuff decisions. But yeah, when Leader carried with his rolls and cried at the same time from the early monster mutation battles, I know. Leader's
Yeah, it was
like,
so funny because he was rolling so well, but he was also freaking out, right?
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
When people were falling off the bridge shortly after arriving into a new area, yeah. Yeah. When Kiona blew people up, and I can't tell if Flutter is drunk IRL or drunk in the campaign.
Honestly, B, that's me at all times. Like, I can't tell where the line
Yeah.
is.
That's my whole secret, you guys. You don't
You'll never
know.
It was both.
Yeah, Beachen, the answer is yes. Yes, final.
yeah, B, you got it.
The answer is yes. If you want to see drunk D&D, then this Saturday, Collie Flumps and I are going to be we're going to be playing over on Victoria's channel. Don't do a shout out. I'm going to type in the address manually.
Do it.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
a great
go
moment,
check
wasn't
out
it?
that channel. We're
I'm
going to be
legit, Striker, I thought I was gonna die when that first fireball happened. I really
Are you
thought
sure,
I was
though?
gonna have a whole emotional breakdown because I thought I killed everybody right at that moment.
That so easily could have been a TPK because
I
it
know,
was like in the middle
I
of a
know.
fight
I was
with
dying
like
because I
6
thought
orcs or something. Like, oh my
it was.
gosh, that's
Oh my
terrifying.
god, it was so terrible. It did hit all of us. Yeah.
Oh, Brucey. On a different note, the more recent serious moment of Kiona and Foodle in the hot springs. Yeah,
I
where
actually,
Kiona-
that's a good
yeah.
segue. Thank you, Brucey. I think that was the moment. If you're talking about moments where your character just comes out and makes a decision without you thinking it through before it comes out of your mouth, it was taking Foodle down at the hot springs. She was pissed off, and she just blurted out how awful Foodle was being right at that moment. And she just fucking derailed everything about Foodle. That was not meant to be. It was not something I was planning. It was something that just happened in the
They're
moment.
all dead, Foodle.
Yeah,
and that was like
Freaking-
what she said to him
Damn.
was like, they're all dead and you've just got to deal with it. Like, get
You just
over
had
it.
to
You're
fucking
never
deal with it.
yeah, you're
God.
never seeing your family again. And like
She was so angry.
that was one of those moments where I couldn't say anything. I was like it's like,
Yeah.
I
was
thought-
hands down the
I
moment for
thought
me, because I was
I-
tolerating everybody else before then, like not understanding Kiona. But when he says, "Oh, my mom, who is living, is doing a thing," or whatever he was saying, he was talking about a living relative, and everybody Kiona ever had disappeared that day.
yeah. Yeah.
And she was on a track of like, these people don't understand me, and then he
Yeah.
says that, she just fucking lost her shit.
Foodle,
on
yeah,
Foodle.
Foodle talking about, I need to find my family. I need to find my family. I need to find my family in front of somebody who watched her family get like atomized right in front of her. Right? But in that, like when Kiona said that to Foodle, I'm the freaking dungeon master of this game. I make this game, and I was like, I shouldn't be witnessing this. Like, I was like.
Yep.
I did
So
not want to
good.
be here. I was like, oh my
And
goodness,
then
I'm
she
so
naked
uncomfortable
floated
right
out,
now.
right? She
Yeah.
levitated
did.
with
Yeah.
wild magic.
She's just
of
like,
the hot spring bath thing.
People
she's
Yeah.
out.
believe.
Fucking walk the fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
So that
That's
was
the
your
one. I
that
think
was
that's
your
the one.
like
I
sort of
think
off the
that's the
cuff
one.
moment. Yeah. Collie, what about you? Like, what's something that you did with Boodle that was a something that was maybe blurted out in the moment, but became
oh,
an
God.
integral
Well,
part of the character.
all right. Well, everyone's thinking the same thing, so I'll just get it out of the way first, I guess. But there's actually one other thing I want to talk about. So when we
Let's
were
get
in
it out of the way.
Greco's tower, so oh gosh, I'm gonna try to briefly set the scene. So Foodle is terrified that they're not going to make it out alive. They're hearing voices upstairs, right? So they've spent like fucking an hour trying to figure out what they're going to do, right? So eventually Kiona's going to check and see if there's potions in the next room. And Foodle's setting the bear traps and then dousing all the lights so that they're going to try to lure the enemies down there so they have an advantage. They can get some sneak attacks, maybe some damage with the traps, that sort of thing, right? So then fucking Kiona starts glowing like a sun going off in the next room. And all of a sudden, all of them hear this voice that can see everything that she sees. And Fudo's like panicking, going, oh God, no. This is the plan's like a bust. Leader's on like 1 HP, or Goldrill's on 1 HP. Mazra, I think it was on like 5 or something. Like, what are we going to do? And so he, panicking in the moment, is like, what is going to get them to come down here? And he's like, oh, I know. Desecrating the corpses of the friends of these people. So he just shouts out, what's he say? Oh, I feel like I've heard it so many times. We're killing and eating your friends. If you ever want to see their bodies again to bury them, get down here or whatever.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
God,
get
it's
down
all
here,
gone
you're
wrong.
next, or something like that. Yeah.
Oh my God. Not at all. We're expecting that.
And
None
that's
of
like-
us were expecting that.
Oh,
We were all
God.
like, what? Why would you say something like that?
And man, when you did that, like the Keck W's in chat, just oh my goodness,
Oh my
everybody
God, it
was
was
like,
so
"What
good.
are you talking about?" So yeah,
It was
that's
so out of left field. It was
yeah,
it
Wow.
was a beautiful moment of Foodle just reaching for something and just grasping onto
Yeah.
the first thought and just throwing it out there. And now
Yeah.
it is everything about Foodle, who is the cannibal that will eat everybody.
Yeah.
This lovable cannibal.
Yeah.
For sake.
Foodle, this
Oh.
wholesome, like wants everybody to be happy, is concerned about everybody, and we're killing
Super
and eating
judgmental
your
about Greco.
friends.
That was
You're
so
next.
funny. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Oh, that was hilarious.
And
Yeah.
so,
Guys.
so that's the first one that I think a lot of people. I mean,
yeah.
it hasn't like, because I don't know how seriously the characters took it, but it's never like come up again really. Like, so it hasn't impacted Foodle's story, but it's definitely become a meme in
It's
the stream.
definitely a Foodle meme, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Um,
and that's the whole thing. Like, it was a beautiful moment that like coalesced.
But on the flip side, something else that I did just basically randomly. I mean, I didn't roll a dice, but like I just sort of did it at random. That has had a really big impact on Foodle's relationship with the party. When Ghost was helping me create Foodle, because I never created a character in any tabletop RPG, much less this one. I needed to pick is it a bond? I don't know what it is. Anyway, and so I just kind of chose one at random that I was like, sure, this one sounds good. Let's just grab the first one I see. And so Foodle always strives to tell the truth. Now, it doesn't mean that he always tells the truth. He will lie to people that he knows, could use the information to fuck him and his loved ones over, that sort of thing. But like, he considers honesty to be the best policy. So, like using Greco as an example, the first thing that Foodle does when Greco comes down is like, "All right, what are you people doing in here? You know, freaking what's going on?" Foodle's like, "All right, well, let's just tell him." And like the entire rest of the party is like,
no,
"Shut the
don't
fuck
say
up! What
that."
are you doing?" Anyway, and so it comes up
Yeah.
a lot actually.
Yeah.
Foodle just,
Foodle
all
is
right, let's just
outspoken.
be honest, see what
That
happens. Anyway.
explains
That's it.
a
That's
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's the moment. That's the thing that makes Foodle wear his heart on his sleeve. Like he
Yeah.
cannot resist. He gotta tell you how he's feeling at any given moment in time, and it's the best thing. And if it's not telling you, it's shooting something. Like he will not. He can't resist being the first one to take a shot. If he thinks
I
there might
sincerely
be.
apologize to the players for, but
But it's beautiful. It's part of the impulsiveness of Foodle.
I think
We
so,
love him
yeah. And
for it.
I think there's a really interesting dynamic in the part because like Foodle's like the moral compass of the party in a way, and he's the heart of the party
And yeah,
in a
makes
way.
the wildest.
In that, you know, even to
or
his
better or
detriment.
worse.
Yeah, even to his detriment, where he will trust people that shouldn't be trusted, and he'll just straight up be like, "Oh yeah, you know, okay, you know, Angelor seems like a pretty good guy, right?" Whereas like, you know, Mazra is sort of his opposite to me, as I interpret it. It's Mazra is
For sure.
a little too untrusting.
Mazra
and-
trusts no one.
Yeah,
Well,
Mazra's like the rational, the cold rational brain of the party.
Yeah.
At some point,
Thank
she's like,
goodness.
"These people are not gonna make it if I'm not around. They're
Mhm.
just gonna get
She
themselves
just-
killed."
Just accept her
Yeah.
responsibility to keep us all alive. That's it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
But
Yeah.
man,
But
yeah,
so
chat-
I don't even know if you guys knew that. So yeah, like what you were saying.
Yeah, I didn't
Wolf,
know
like,
that.
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Mhm.
So chat, we're inviting you. Do you have any questions?
Oh,
Put
please.
your
Please
put
ask
your
away.
questions.
Let us know what you want to know.
Yeah, put your questions in chat if you have any questions for us.
Yeah. Character questions, player questions, whatever you got, give them to us. We're down
Well-
to answer them.
Yeah, and I mean, I put it out. I mean, I didn't actually ask any of you people, but hopefully you'd be okay with at least the questions. You can always say, you know, I don't want to answer that, but I set it up as like an AMA. So like,
Mhm.
it could be for the characters, it could be for the players, and that means like, you know, Flumps, what's your favorite movie, or you know what I mean? Like, it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have
yeah,
to
yeah,
be
yeah.
about the campaign, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Do any
I
of
And I
do
was
need
kind of
to-
expecting. Oh,
Okay,
good.
go ahead,
Jenny
Cave,
of you
for
three
just a
have?
second. I'll be right back.
What?
Oh yeah. Do any of you three have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
I've
just
got a
flutter-
question for
just flutter
Mazra
up.
actually.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Does Mazra, does she hold out any hope of finding her dad? Because Foodle's been thinking about this. At the time he wasn't, but the more he's learned about Mazra, the more he's thought back to that day that they met. There were a bunch of burnt bodies floating, like dozens of burnt bodies floating down the River Bly, from that destroyed bridge. But we never, like, one of the things Foodle said was, hello, I'm Foodle, we gotta get inside to safety. We'll come back and see if we can find your dad. And we never did. We didn't ever find your dad's body. So we don't really know, right? Anyway.
I think in those first few moments she did, but I think at this point she's kind of like come to an understand. Like, I think in the moment she understood that they had to leave, but they had that whole year, so I think she's kind of come to the understanding that like he's probably gone, and I think that's her focus has shifted to finding her mom and the rest of her family that she didn't really know existed. So yeah, I think that was a hard thing for her to like move on from.
Yeah.
Partly, and I think she's grown more bitter since they fucked back then. So that's partly why I think.
Right.
Mazda
Well,
to
her
me
dad-
has a really like complex and at times, like from where I'm sitting anyway, I can't say that this is the truth, but from where I'm sitting, like a complex and sometimes like sort of contradictory and complicated relationship with her father. So like what is Mazda's relationship with her father?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, so
Right.
her dad was a human and really tried very hard to get along with their neighbors and their town, even though they weren't always treated very well by them. Because there was, even an idyllic fantasy town has some not great things about it, and was always very keen about don't shortchange anybody. Make sure you're honest and you do honest work and you treat everyone kindly. And from her mother, she was getting you have to charge what you're worth, and don't let these people take advantage of you. And if you're hungry and people aren't paying you what you're worth, then it's okay to steal a loaf of bread every now and then to keep yourself fed. So there's that. So she respects her father a lot for his skill, but I think she always struggled with his moral view of the world. So
Right,
and I
because he
don't
trusts people he shouldn't in the end, right?
right, and I don't think his, especially after the attack and having to do all that stuff, I don't think his worldview has stuck very well. So yeah, she's just kind of rage machine all the time. So
Right.
well, it's a mix of cold logic and just being angry.
Yeah. Yeah. RTB asked us a really good question. It's about Dungeons and Dragons itself. So why don't we start with Kali, because the question would be more directed at the first part of the question would be directed at Cauliflumps out of the people who are here. So for those who haven't played at all, what were your thoughts coming into this game?
Okay, I'm gonna try to be brief. So I had never I had played a lot of role-playing computer games. One of my favorite games of all time is Morrowind. I played the hell out of Oblivion, Skyrim, the Fallout games as well. And what I have come to realize the older I've gotten is I haven't played any of those games like a role-playing game, in the sense that I remember, just to give an example, I remember some of you guys may get this reference. If any of you have ever watched either, oh gosh, what's his name? The guy from Yogg's Cast. He's like the dad guy. He played through Skyrim.
Sips.
Sips, thank you. I'm like, it's an
Yeah.
S name, but all I could
Yeah,
come up
yeah,
with
yeah,
is
yeah,
Spud,
yeah.
and I'm like, that's not right. Anyway,
Yeah.
he role played that as if he was a character in the game and interacted with the game, like when there were glitches and stuff, like he reacted to it and reacted to the characters. I have never played any of those games like that. I play the games like they're math or chess or something, where I'm min-maxing and just terrible.
Like he had
anyway.
what was the NPC, like Uthgert or something
Oh
like
yeah,
that?
Uthgerd, yeah.
That he was like
the Triforce. Oh my god. The fucking Triforce. Anyway. But yeah, so coming into a game like D&D, which is all about role playing, you are this character and you're interacting with this world around you, was completely foreign to me. And all I can say is it's the best experience I've ever had in a game. It really is, like a video game with no boundaries. There's no invisible walls. There's no, oh, sorry, you can't say that because there's no dialogue option for it. you know, you have total freedom, and the more invested in the character, in my experience, the more invested in the character you are, the more fun you have. And so anyway, it's been incredible. So those are briefly my thoughts. That's brief.
Beachhead makes a good, like, I am the invisible wall, but even that's different, right? Like, freaking, first of all, invisible walls in games, you can maybe watch an old VOD of me playing Jedi Fallen Order and see me rant about the invisible walls in that game. Like, like, just drives me nuts. But Beachhead, you make a good point. Like, yes, the DM is the invisible wall. I am the invisible wall, but it's an invisible wall that can be negotiated with, at least.
Yeah.
And it's an invisible wall where, like, I'm a, like, the rule of cool is the top rule of this game. You know, in role-playing games, we call it the rule of cool, right? That is, you know, if it's cool, try to find a way to make it happen as long as it's reasonable, right? Like, even Leader rising from the dead on his crit on the death save and missing with his attack. I'm like, no, take it a point of inspiration and try that again.
Right?
Like, yeah.
But
So
it's the thing about the games like this is you've come across something and somebody comes up with an idea and you're just like, I would have never thought about that in a million years, and you deserve credit for that. That's the beauty of these games.
And this is something that, like, out of like video game RPGs like Divinity Original Sin 2 and even DOS 1 is actually quite good at. But I find that I come away from other RPGs like Skyrim or Pathfinder Kingmaker or the old Baldur's Gate games. Not so much the old Baldur's Gate games because they were pretty good, but like the Dragon Age games and things like that, like, dissatisfied for that reason. Which is maybe something that would have never occurred to you, Collie, with the way that you played those games. But it is just like, I don't want to play the character this way, and I want to play a different kind of game, and which is something that's, what's great about D&D is, like, you can step outside of that box and play the game the way you want to play it, and find a dungeon master, find an invisible wall who's willing to sort of move the walls a little bit in a way that makes it really cool for you. For those who have played other versions of D&D, so that's Flutter, Wolf, and myself, what are some of your thoughts with the changes to the system?
I will be 1,000,000% completely honest with you. It was so long between when I played that version of D&D, even if it was a couple of years after I played that game with you, Ghost. Probably had a couple more games after that in that period of time, but it has been so long since I just didn't even realize. Like, I don't know the specifics. I know that there are some things that I might potentially be like, oh, I should do this by instinct, but then it turns out that the rules have changed and I shouldn't do that. But it's nothing so impactful that I forget how, like. So it's still D&D in my book. This still feels like a good D&D game.
Wolf, any thoughts on the changes from a third to fourth to fifth?
Not really. It was like a very long time from. I think the only thing that's kind of different, it's not even a mechanic thing, is that when I was playing back in college, we would literally stay up till the sun came up playing. Whereas nowadays, that's definitely not a thing.
Now that we're all in our 30s, it's like, isn't that the curse of age? Is that in your youth you don't have the freedom to do things like this?
Advantage of it enough.
And then
you said it.
And then it's like you go to university. No, I've got classes, and no, now I've got a job, and I got to get up for work. I've got to get up for work tomorrow. I don't want to get up for work tomorrow. I want to stay talking to you guys forever. But now it's like, oh man, now that I'm old enough to actually have the freedom to do this stuff, I can't.
Right.
My body won't let me.
Oh my god. Yeah.
For me, like, sort of unlike Flutter and Wolf, I've been like a D&D fanatic since, like, for a long time. Like, this is a beautiful game and I've loved it for forever. And I'm 100% behind the rules changes in 5th edition, like, because what you need to understand about a role-playing system is that it's backed by a philosophy, and the philosophy of 3rd edition was an improvement over, in my opinion, over the philosophy of 2nd edition. But the philosophy of 5th edition is things like, it's a lot cooler to play D&D when you hit stuff, right? When you succeed more than you
Right.
fail, that's more fun, right?
Yeah.
When you can do, right? Like when, you know, it's
So
like
everything you do is
the
depressing.
more, yeah, the more times, this is D&D and other role-playing systems are basically adult make-believe, right? It's make-believe for teenagers and for adults. And the more often, you know, and teenagers and adults enjoy structure. I like structure in the games that I play, in video games and in, you know, adult endeavors and things like that. I like to have some structure. I like to have some boundaries, because for me that's where creativity comes from, is being able to do what you want within the boundaries. But, you know, a role-playing system where you're able to say yes as often as possible while still having some creative boundaries is a good thing. And there was a long time where I would say, like, you know, D&D is the most popular role-playing system because it's been the traditional role-playing system, not because it's the best, right? There are other systems out there that are better than D&D. Personally, I like the Fate system a lot, but I would say that D&D 5th edition is legitimately a very, very good system. And I would not have said that about 4th. Yeah, I would not have said that about 3rd. I would definitely not have said that about 2nd. But yeah, 5th edition, solid. One of the best role-playing systems out there. Megan has a question to catch up on the questions here. I would be interested to know what each player's favorite aspect of the game is, and if it's the part you expected to like best out of role-playing mechanics, combat, etc. So basically, what did you go into this game expecting to love the most about playing D&D? And at this point, what do you love most about it? Why don't we go in reverse order? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you go. No, go ahead. If you have an answer, go.
I think my favorite thing so far this game has been, I expected to love, I'm an actor by trade, and I expected to love the role play elements and to get into a character that did things in a world, and whatever those things were, consequential, etc. But I didn't see coming the fact that my fellow players would create characters that are fucking phenomenal, that made me just, like, they, to the core of my soul, are some of the best things. I go home and I think about these things at the end of the day, and I'm like, what do I do in the character? Like, how do I deal with the thing this other character did? Because they created such a fun and, like, immersive and in-depth character. I think for me, that was a thing in this one that I did not see coming. For sure.
Yeah. Wolf, I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Okay. I think for me, I do think I struggle a lot still with the like mechanics. I am not good at mechanics in games. Like I know what they are, but I'm not like necessarily good at like bending outside of them. So that's definitely been like a learning aspect for me in a lot of ways. I think I'm getting better, but like it's like a process. I definitely, and I kind of mentioned this like at one point, but like I'm enjoying the like character interactions a lot, because it's taken a while to like get comfortable with like doing that stuff on a camera, because it's like, you know, so that has been surprisingly fun. And I think what made me think of that too is, I think it was the last session we played with our characters, not the spin-off or the one shot. It was when we were talking about who to go with, like which party to choose, and I was like peeking at chat, and they were like, I don't remember who's, I think it maybe was Brucey saying something like the roleplay is like my world, like it's like my world right now, or said something like that, and I was like, oh, make something that's worthwhile to watch. So
Yeah, man. And I know we've gotten comments from like Snosberries that this is like one of the 2 VODs that he watches each week and things like that. And it's like, it really means a lot to myself, and I could probably say all of us as well, that what we're doing is so entertaining to some people. And sometimes we have a lot of viewers for these streams, sometimes we have a few viewers for these streams, but you know, we do have definitely, you know, a core of people who are really invested in it. So it's really, really a lot of fun to be able to see that. Kali, what did you come into this game expecting to enjoy the most, and what do you enjoy the most as of this moment?
Well, based on how I'd played all the other games, I assumed that I was gonna love the combat the most, and just min-maxing the heck out of everything and trying to dish out the most damage I could. And while I do enjoy that, there's no getting away from that. I've had too many decades of playing games like that. I'm trying to fight it and do other interesting things with my character, but my favorite part, I think, is definitely the role-playing, which I never, ever thought. Like, I don't know, I am not an actor. I remember in, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that. That's sort of a fixed mindset thing.
Yeah.
But, like, I never thought of myself as an actor. I remember in high school, like, I was in, like, plays and stuff for girls, and I was fucking terrible, you guys. Like, it was so bad. I can't explain in words how horrible and stilted and awkward it was. But yeah, it's just been, like, really, really fun. I mean, basically what Flutter said, like, interacting with these characters that you guys have created and this world that Ghost has created and the community has created, like, I don't know. I mean, it's just completely turned everything on its head for me, and I can't help but get immersed into it and love it. So, anyway.
Dan, thanks for the sub, buddy. Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
so
amazing.
much. Thanks for the 8 months of support, man. Wow. That's amazing. 8 months already. I think for me, I know I wasn't asked this question, but I'm going to say it anyway. Well, like what I in this is the first time I have led a D&D game and a role-playing game in a while. Because I've come back from a few with sort of a sour taste in my mouth for it, and I was kind of sick of being the forever DM and the forever GM and things like that. Because what I love about these games is like building a world, building a compelling slow burn story, and often that's not what people are after. And so what took me by surprise, I didn't know how long this game would go on. I thought it was going to be a lot more sort of action focused. What took me pleasantly by surprise was how much the players, you guys, wanted to interact with the NPCs I threw at you, the story, the world building, everything like that. So it's been a lot of fun being able to do that, and that's sort of been what I'm enjoying about the game is being able to make a sandbox that people want to play in. Is a lot of fun, I think.
And you have knocked it out of the park for
Oh,
that.
I don't know about that, but you know, I
Honestly,
try.
As like
I
a personal
try.
friend of Ghosts,
Yeah.
I can say that I might have gone into this with the idea that I might be able to troll him in some ways, because I know, like.
Oh, you can.
I know him.
You can.
And
You
I
definitely are able to.
But Ghost has done such a good job of keeping me occupied with the things that he's thrown at my character that I just, if I've trolled him, it probably has been by accident at this point.
You haven't had time.
I haven't had time.
You haven't had time. Nice. BJ asks a really good question here.
Yeah.
Do you guys find that you're still your characters sometimes in real life? So when the stream ends and we hit the shut off button, are you out of Kiona, Mazra, and Foodle mode right away? Flutter, I know, because you're a theater person, so it's not
I take
as
this home, you guys. I think about this when we're not here. I talk to my husband about it. I'm like, Kiona did this week, and everybody else did these other things, and I don't know what Kiona's thinking. And so, like, I will actually heartache over a decision or something that means something to Kiona for like an entire week before we get back to it. Like, I have trouble putting her away. I love her. The accent, it follows me too. Like every now and then it'll just happen. I'll come into that southern little Kiona thing and be like, and it does not leave very easily, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, it definitely, like, especially, we always, like, we do these sort of wind down sessions where we talk about the session after the session, and it definitely takes a while for me to get out of Foodle mode. I mean, I don't do the voice or anything, but like I'm very much thinking about like what's important to him. It's funny, throughout the campaign, my notes have changed drastically. I used to write down like, a lot of the stuff that was happening and like what this character looked like and where we were and whatever. Most of my notes now are just stuff that like Foodle's internal stuff and like stuff that's important to him, stuff that other characters said, and
This is
or
how
how they
Poodle feels about it, right?
yeah
Yes.
yeah basically. Anyway, and I mean I haven't ever like accidentally switched into Foodle mode IRL, but like Flutter was saying, like I do often think about the campaign during the week and like think about like what Foodle's gonna say and what he wants to bring up to the group. And anyway.
Oh, and Collie understates that. You should see
Oh God.
like there's like an essay that he's posted about like this is what Foodle wants to do next session. It's like,
Can I just tell you guys that I had a
throw
heart
my
attack
pencil
about
away.
that? Poodle, cauliflums. I can tell you that I actually panicked about that post for like 3 days after you said it.
Well, I mean that's why I posted it, because I
was
didn't
just like,
want you
oh my
to panic
God,
on stream, right?
Yeah.
answer all these questions. Like, I don't know how. Oh my God, you guys.
Yeah, man. Like, jeez, but it's good. It's so good, Collie, that you're that invested in the campaign, and I want to do
It's
this,
lovely.
and I want to do this, and I want to do this, and the being too excited, and that's massive air quotes because I don't think it's possible to be too excited, but being too excited is like the good kind of problem to have, right? Because we've all Flutter and Wolf and Megan and I have played in campaigns with people who are not excited, right? And you try to throw them a bone about something and they're just like, I don't know what that is. It's like, well, it's like it's at the top of your character's sheet. Like
Yeah, it's
but
rough
it's
when,
amazing.
when-
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fantastic. You guys have really been good at that.
Yeah. Wolf, what about you?
And what is
What-
that question? Okay, sorry.
So mine's a little interesting. So it's not really difficult for me to get out of Monster's head, but she is the way she talks to people, not in the like not the like mean parts, but like the no filter is how I would be if I like didn't if I was maybe a little braver, I would just be like that and just say whatever I wanted to.
I was gonna say, I really hope that has influenced your life in such a way that you just go out and say what you want to say. Because...
And I mean not in the because I'm
Sorry.
not
You're
in that
cutting
way
out.
that-
Sorry, can you repeat?
Oh, am I?
Yeah, can you repeat what you just said there?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. I'm not like the way she is, where like she really like there's a core that only cares about herself, but like it's that just ability to just say whatever the heck that is on her mind without.
Yeah.
But that I envy, but I will say that given certain developments and how things have gone, there has been thoughts happening about like her, like I don't know how y'all do it, but I sometimes talk to myself to like tease out ideas and like working out her relationships with the other characters, because it's complicated and I don't think she completely knows. So
Hashtag it's complicated if you ask about any of the relationships between any of our characters.
Absolutely, yeah.
Honestly, really.
so it's one of those situations where it's like it's not necessarily difficult. Like I do, sometimes try to tease out like what exactly are her thoughts right now. So, because like for example, when the question of like why, when Foodle was like, why are you doing this, and she's like, it's just a job. That's true and that's not true, and I'm sure that'll come out more later. But
Isn't that the fun part of playing a game like D&D and role playing though, is being able to be somebody who you're not.
Oh my god.
It doesn't mean you have to ever be that person, right? It doesn't mean you ever have to be Mazra and just like up and tell somebody some sort of brutal and honest and in truth that doesn't mean you ever have to do that, but it's a nice opportunity to wear somebody else's clothes for once a week or something like that.
As an actor, I can say that is why we do things.
Sure, yeah.
It's a good way to get out whatever you don't feel like you can express in your real life, right?
Yep.
You can do the things. I also have to say, I think that wow, things just totally just a fucking blank slate on me right there.
Okay, I was gonna say don't look at
I had
that.
a complete thought then. I really did. Oh my god. Oh. No, it's fine. Go ahead, Slumps.
Oh. Wait.
I thought you were saying something.
Oh, no, I thought you had just looked over at chat and that's what had blue screened you, and I was like, no, don't look at chat. It's
It might have.
terrible.
I was gonna
Don't
say
bother.
there's a whole bunch of stuff going on in chat that might have actually been the reason for my blue screen just then. But
Water has
no,
invented a problem
I
needs
love
to
this.
come.
I love.
Oh, two good questions in chat.
I
Good
know,
questions
that's
in
what I was
chat.
thinking.
I'd love Beechen's question too, but we got to get to Brucey's question first. So, knowing when you started the amount you do now about the characters you're playing, do you think you would have made the same character? So, like, would you have done something differently with your characters?
I have to be honest. I feel like I'm stemming from that moment where you're like, I have a backstory for Kiona, and I'm just like, nope, I'm along for this ride. Don't tell me what's going on. For me, that's the adventure here. I want to discover this character, so I would totally make her again. I would.
Oh, okay,
I would
yeah.
play her exactly as she
Nice.
is. I love her.
I've got to say, I don't want to pick favorites, and I'm not picking favorites, right? I'm not saying Kiona is my favorite character, but the one thing that has hooked me early on is this Kiona's journey, right? Is what hooked, and that's not to the exclusion of anybody else, because Kiona's journey hooked me early on, and what emerged for me, I'm an English teacher, I love, like, when I read and when I watch a movie, when I read a book, whatever, I'm looking for themes, I'm looking for messages. I think that any good... Oh, Nia Medusa, oh my goodness, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the
love
lurks.
you,
Thank you for
Drury.
hanging out with us. Have a fantastic evening. I hope you're staying well. And have a great day tomorrow. But what has grown out of Kiona's journey has been a theme for everybody. A theme that I can't reveal to you or talk about because it'll reveal too much about the story, and I think it will, like, even in the back of your minds, like, influence your actions and your choices. But the question of Kiona is more broadly a question of everybody, right? And I think that's something that really hooked me early on. I've got to say that that's something I'm invested in as well, because I don't
Right.
know where it goes, because you're the one who decides where it goes.
Right, because I can make a left turn sometime and make
Yeah.
you do different things.
And
And I love that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing. Like, I don't know where she's going. I have no idea. But according to whatever happens in our sessions and whatever emotional moments happen between me and the other characters, like, I've come into... I couldn't have predicted that this is where Kiona would end up being, like, angry at everybody else because they didn't believe her when the one thing happened. And that kind of... I love that kind of character discovery. I think for me as an actor, that is the best. Like, just being able to be like, this is the reason for being right now.
Mm-hmm. Kali, what about you? Would you have done something different with Foodle, knowing what you know now?
I'm so torn because so character-wise, I don't think I would change anything about Foodle. I think Foodle has really, really good intentions. You know, he's got, I think, a good moral compass on him, but my God, is he fucking dumb? Like, the stuff he does. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a big dummy, which I think is a great combo. So character-wise, I don't know if I would have done anything different with, like, his personality, knowing what I know now, because he's turned out so much better than I thought he ever would. But one of the reasons that I'm multi-classing is because I realized that the future of the hunter class was on my turns. I was going to be shooting my musket a bunch, and that was it. Just every turn I shoot my musket as many times as I can at whatever we're currently targeting, and that's Boodle's turn. And I realized, thankfully in time, I think, that as much as I like, Foodle is going to keep his hunter identity. That's never changing. But the reason I'm multi-classing into fighter is because I'm going to be picking up maneuvers that will. They're side grades, right? That's what Ghosts talked about. They don't add to my numbers. They don't add to my damage, but they give Foodle and me as the player really more options in combat. You know, I'll be able to do more interesting things to help out the team. And anyway, and that's what I was really realized that I wanted in a character, and I had no idea that that's what I wanted when I made the character. So anyway,
so it's more of a
It is hard to
mechanical,
make a
more of a
character.
mechanical
yeah,
thing. Yeah.
It's
basically.
really hard to make a character if you don't know what you're walking into. Like, what class, what race, what anything do I do? There's a lot of big decisions to make when you're making a character, and that you made Foodle what you wanted him to be in the end is fantastic. And I think
Probably
that the
even
fighter
something.
and ranger dovetail nicely.
Yeah. Probably even something that you could relate more to your prior experience, Kali, in terms of like something like Vermintide. Is like when you picked up Vermintide, was Salt's bounty hunter the main career that you expected to play, or
No, not at all.
no? Yeah. So
I thought I'd be a Kruber main.
Yeah. So it's even something like that. Like you don't really know until you start playing what something's going to play like. Wolf, what about you? Would you do something different with Mazra, knowing what you know now?
I don't necessarily think character-wise. I set out to play a rogue, but like not a traditional one. I want to do something different, and I do feel like I've kind of accomplished that. It's fucking fun to play like an evil leaning character. It's great. It's so much fun, and it gives me a lot of space to play with. How do you play a character that leans evil but is still a member of a party and still can like have emotional connections with other people? Night Bell. And I think for me it's more the like mechanical stuff, because like I don't know if all the choices I made were like picking up skills and stuff, but I think overall it's been pretty good. So no, I think
Good.
I'd pretty much keep her the way she is.
Right. Just having too much fun with what you're doing. So B-Chen's question is, if there's one thing, so it's kind of similar to Brucey's question, but directed in a slightly different direction. If there's one thing you were to ask me to change about the campaign for future campaigns, for future sessions, I guess, what would it be? Hey, Papacito, how you doing?
Papacito, how are you? Oh my goodness.
It could even
Welcome.
be, a change. A change could even be like not a change, like something different. It could be even like more of this.
Honestly, I gotta say, I feel like you've been a really good GM in that you've given us a structure, you've given us a story to follow, you've given us the places where we should go, but you've also let us kind of create the world that we're in our RP. So we have this ability to participate in the world in a more creative way. And I feel like as a GM, I don't think I would ask you to do something different, because I think that I feel personally that you've made some place that we can do what we want to do. And you'll be like, yeah, all right, well, let's figure out how that works in this place, instead of just being like, yeah or no, because that's not gonna, like, I can't say that I have anything that I would change to what you've done with this campaign, honestly.
It means a lot to hear you say that, actually. Like, that does mean a lot to me. Not to say, like, I've got a couple things that I'll get to once you guys have a chance. Like,
Yeah, I don't know how much my opinion can really have weight, considering this is my first ever D&D campaign. But like, I'll admit, like, it's not a question that I've considered, but I can't think of anything. Like, I don't know what. Like, I don't think I'd have you change anything. Like the balance of like combat and dungeon diving and the character interactions and like, I don't know, the mystery, like the big picture plot stuff and the the group dynamic, like, I don't know, it just feels like so well balanced, and I don't think I would change it. I
Also,
genuinely, like, this just sounds like let's gush over Ghost now session, but like, I can't think of anything that I would change. Like, it just, to me, it's the perfect campaign with the perfect DM and the perfect players. So I don't know.
right?
That's just,
I
yeah.
feel like Ghost came up with a community reward, the community like
Oh
integration
yeah,
system, all by
fucking
himself too.
genius.
Like,
Yes.
and made that a part of the game in such a way that it is so integral. Like, we have mutations and wild magics and items and uh inspiration and all of the things like that just get rolled in because the community wants to see it. And I think that was a genius thing too.
That was
Yeah,
that was something that I slapped together in a panic on December 21st. I want you to know.
But you did
That's
it, and
mind-blowing
it's
to me.
phenomenal. It's one of the best things you've done for this campaign. Like, let's talk about
Absolutely.
how good it is.
Well, like one thing that I should have mentioned that I didn't, but you reminded me of, Flutter, is because of the this thing that you threw together at the last minute that is just the most genius, the best thing about one of the best things about the campaign is I think partly because our party doesn't have a cleric, but also because of the way the bits, people enjoy mutating the monsters. People enjoy having Flutter roll on the wild magic table, right? Like there is some definite Vermintide glee in sending shit the party's way, and what it does is create this very real sense of danger. I don't know how the viewers feel, but I have several times been very legitimately concerned about a full party wipe.
Listen, the first time that fireball happened when Kiona did
Right.
her wild
Yeah.
magic search, I legit cried, like in real life, because I thought I killed the party. Like, I was just so upset about it.
And that risk of failure makes it that more rewarding when we
It is.
succeed.
It really
like
is.
the challenge is just, it feels just perfect. So thank you, chat, and
Mhm.
thank you, Ghost.
Oh no. It's been a lot of and honestly, like when you say it's like that Vermintide level of glee, like what is Beechen ever redeem? It's a major mutation, and I cannot help but imagine Beechen feeling like he's sending like a Mino or a Rat Ogre or something like that against us when like if I imagine what is going through Beechen's mind in that moment when he hits the 500 bits, it's gotta be like, here comes the Mino.
Absolutely.
But that's what makes this game so good.
Yeah. I do want to say, Collie, that like to echo what Megan and Beechen have said in the chat is that this is I am not a gatekeeping DM. Experience level doesn't matter. I build like if I'm DMing a campaign, it's for the people that I'm playing with. So experience does not matter. I've said it 100 times. If you guys ended up like individually derping your way into a party full of bards, I would have made a campaign for a party full of bards. We would have been like a traveling rock band or something like that. You know what I mean?
Can you imagine
Like-
all of these like private messages showing up to Ghost in Discord being like, I've decided to make a bard and I want to do a thing with it. And then everybody comes together at the same time and is like, I made a bard. Can you imagine all of us making a bard and coming
All of our ridiculous characters meeting. Oh my god. What a disaster that would have been.
And Ghost would have been like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
I would have done it. Yeah.
Well, and
In a
knowing you
heartbeat.
guys, it would have been amazing. So
Yeah. Woof, what's something that you would ask me to change? Ignore these two sycophants here.
we don't want their characters to die. All right.
No, I can't think of anything like massive. I think the only thing that like to me rings about like change is something that I feel like all of us can work on, and it's more like sometimes I think we spend a little bit too much time at the start because we only have a certain amount of time, and we spend like 45 minutes like before we
Yeah.
even. But I feel
That's
like
true.
I don't feel like that's a you thing. I feel like that's like maybe all of us need to. But I also think it's a good sign that like we all like each other because like we like to chat instead of necessarily getting down to business. But
I know, it's so
but I don't think
bad.
that's necessarily one of those like you need to change these things. I think it's like an aspect of like the way their game
Yeah.
is.
Right.
And I don't think
Because we
yeah.
have a limited amount of time, and that's totally acceptable.
Yeah, and like I definitely agree with you, Wolf. Is that like I wouldn't want it to be something that is like we get down to business and we hit brass tacks right away. But I think that's definitely something to think about, is like the 45-minute wind up, especially when we start at 6:30, we usually end at 10 o'clock. That's 3.5 hours, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes is a lot of playing time out of that time. It's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
It'll be 3
I
hours
mean,
to
I
recap
know.
everything.
That's
Yeah,
the thing
exactly,
that
V-Chen.
he said
Yeah.
at the beginning.
Yeah.
And it did take us like 2 hours to do the recap. So like,
Oh no.
I think
but no,
I think for me, there are, to answer B-Chan's question about myself, there are some aspects about the campaign where, like, I feel like there are areas of the campaign where I'm flying by the seat of my pants, which is DMing/GMing, right? That's the life of it, right? And, you know, as a high school teacher, I'm also well experienced with that. Like, you know, I'm one lesson ahead of the kids, right? But man, like, that's just the way it is. And one reason why I'm really looking forward to this summer, and I've actually been working on my summer streaming schedule, and I have blocked off Winds of Chaos prep time, and that might be
oh no,
prepping for the next
guys.
session, right? That might be prepping for the next session. That might also be taking some time to firm up some of the scattered lore and giving it a little bit more cohesiveness, which is really, like, when I answer B-Chen's question, one thing that I really want to get to. That might be bonus whiskey and world building streams, maybe without the whiskey if they're happening in the morning. Because I'm not that kind.
Never,
I'm not that
Never.
kind of guy.
No, Ghost. Here's the answer to that. Just put the whiskey in your coffee. It's fine.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
If you're at my house, I think you can do that. That's
My B-Chen, honestly, my plan is to go straight to level 20. If we collectively decide that's what we want to do, I will do a 1 to 20 campaign. But yeah, like, you know, that might be a lot of things, but there's things like, you know, we have some things within the caravan. I want our caravan to not only be a quest hub, but I want it to be a place where adventures can take place within the caravan community. We haven't had a chance to do that yet. So, you know,
Well-
it's things like that I really want to be able to do, is to, like, slow down and have more of a living world for you guys to play in. And I'm looking forward to having the time to do that, and the energy to do that, because it's not like I haven't had the time necessarily, but I haven't had the mental real estate. And it's been like, you know, do I want to do that, or do I want to play Subnautica or Chivalry 2 and just screw around?
I mean, and that's totally understandable. Like, we all need downtime. And I have to say that as a player in this campaign, I'm a little nervous that you have summer break to use your teacher prep periods to prep this campaign instead.
Yeah.
So that makes me a little nervous, given how Kiona's story has gone so far. I'm just
Fishing
gonna
game,
say.
fishing game report.
welcome.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everybody.
Fishing
Oh my
game,
goodness. Welcome to the recap episode. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Vinyl, for doing we're trying to, oh, here we go. All right. The sound is going to play. There it is.
Because
stoop is the place to be, apparently, to have conversation.
Mama_Panda_ wants to pig out on food. Smile.
I hear you loud and clear.
So I have a shout out clip player that is not supposed to play when I'm on this scene, because it's not supposed to disrupt us while we're playing D&D. And it plays the sound but not the video anyway. No apologies necessary. That was my wife, Starborn Striker, that shouted you out. and derailed us with that sound. And like she says, call 911 when the
Clearly,
stream
she
ends.
knows best.
Because Megan went rogue. We've been doing fakey shoutouts all night long. Megan went rogue. Oh my goodness, what were you playing? You're playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, what have you been doing in Red Dead 2? What was a highlight? We have been married 18 years. It was our anniversary yesterday. We had a good run.
Happy belated anniversary.
Oh,
I never
thank
actually
you.
said it with a
Thank you.
voice. So
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Yep. Got to the first camp, chapter 2. I have Red Dead 2. I've never played it yet. I need to play it. I don't have enough room on my hard drive. That game, it's like 1 billion gigabytes. It's like,
Oh, I believe it.
you need one hard drive for Red Dead 2. So stupid. Do you guys want to end the night off with a bang and do the blurp off? We've run through our questions.
do the blurb off.
Let's do the
please.
blurp
Well,
off. Yeah.
There was one
Slumps has another question that we
last
missed.
question.
Where was it?
Well, I guess yeah. Okay, we could do. I had one question for you. Well, technically, Kiona. And it's a quick one, I think. Does Kiona hold out hope of finding her lost love, Birdie? Because we don't know if he's dead.
I think that there's something buried way deep, tiny, like way, way, way down inside of her that feels like they might be still somewhere. But for the most part, she accepts that they're dead because she hasn't found them since the whole thing happened, and her life has moved on from that at this point. Like, she's got so much more problems to deal with, and none of them are there to support it. Like, the people that she would have expected to be there to support it when it happened, they're not there. So she found this whole new group of people that are there instead, and so there might be a little tendril of her that hopes somewhere that Birdie is still alive, that her family is alive, and she could ask them the questions, especially after the whole reveal about that whole place on her farm. But she overall is kind of stomping that one down because she doesn't think it's a thing in her conscious mind.
Gotcha. Okay. And and Brucey had an excellent question as well.
Yeah, I totally did not see that. And please, if there are any other questions that that I missed, please repost them in chat.
Yeah, because we want to answer those.
Yes, we do.
So, as your character, is there a time in the campaign that you, the character, thought genuinely, oh man, I may never come back from this?
I will try to be quick. There are at least two. The two that pop into my head immediately for Foodle. I wasn't sure how Foodle was gonna come back from finding the butchered corpses of a bunch of gnomes just laying out in the sun. And his reaction to it being one of, if they're gonna do that to us, I'm gonna do that to them, type thing. And I was like, well, shit, I don't know where this character's going.
I could see the apprehension on your face.
Yeah.
As you were playing through that, you're just like, I hope they catch me.
Yeah.
That was the moment.
Yeah.
That was the moment where I thought,
Yeah.
maybe, oh no, we might not get Foodle back from this mission. We're just gonna murder every single orc we see from here on out. So this is like, that I felt that too. You did a good job with that one.
If it hadn't been for Ephema, I don't know. Yeah, Foodle might be some horrible murder hobo. And the second was actually kind of the total reverse. Foodle was extremely, extremely tempted to stay at Fort Ostrand. One, because Stefan is just the best. But also crossing the Austrian Pass was a really terrifying thing for Foodle because he's, we've touched on this before, like he's hoping against hope to one day see his lost family members again, his aunt, his uncle, and his dad. And the fact that they are just now across the mountains and just doing shit who knows where, kind of off the map. Part of him has kind of died. Part of his hope of seeing them ever again. I mean, he still hope, but he doesn't know how. I mean, the chances are they're not over here, right? So anyway,
It makes
Might-
no real sense
yeah.
that they
So
would have.
Might Fiona's outburst telling him that they're all dead have anything to do with that? 'Cause
Yeah,
that
I
was
mean,
right about that time.
Well,
Probably
Fiona's-
emphasized it, right? Like,
Yeah, well, it made it real, like he was basically burying himself in the jobs that he was being given and stuff like that. It just kind of trying to not think about it. And her saying it out loud, even though he had thought it and been worried about it and been panicked taking those first couple steps, like it didn't really seem real until she said it anyway. So yeah. Megan.
See, I feel like Striker. I mean, it wasn't that time. I don't remember when the first time I fireball somebody. When was that? The first time I did her fireball. It
was
that,
when she was there.
Was it? Was it
when we
her? Was it a
fireballed the
female?
whole party.
So it was the same fireball you're talking about, Striker. Like there was that moment where I was like, I just killed this whole fucking party. This game is over. It's done. We've all fucking died. Like, that was the moment for Kyono, and I was like, well,
right
this
on.
is the moment you can't turn back from because
Yeah.
I just killed everybody.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, that was my moment there, Brucey.
What about you? Yep. Yep.
Probably the horse thing. Let's be honest.
Oh, when you thought, when Mazur thought that she wasn't coming back from this?
Well, you mean like, I'm
Right.
kind of, because it's complicated because like I think there was that idea of like maybe I've screwed up my relationship with these people, whatever that relationship happens to be at the moment, but also the fact that she already has a very complicated relationship with the idea of like Grumsh or whatever. And I think this is the first time that was like the first time it was really made real in some ways for her, I think. So because one of her core character concepts is that no one will control me, and that is like a massive violation of like one of her very core tenets of her being. So yeah, that was like a oh crap moment for her, definitely.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she's had like a similar moment in the same vein that like Foodle had, but like there is definitely that like Mazur doesn't really get scared by much, but with that that really like bothered her a lot. So
It's kind of the fear of losing yourself, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Roz.
control.
Yeah, thanks, Roz. For
Whatever.
me,
It may lead to the best relationship in a D&D game any of us have ever seen.
There is another
As a-
situation
yeah.
where Majra may never come back from, but that won't be for a while. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Winky,
Okay.
winky.
As the dungeon master, one moment where I wondered, oh geez, is the party actually going to get out of this alive? Has been every combat encounter.
Every
We're so bad. How are we so consistent
We
and
have
terrible?
faced
Oh
death.
my
Like,
god.
there's been one party member rolling on death save.
Yeah.
Damn near.
Like
I would
every
say
pa-
90% of the battles we've been in have had death saves being rolled. So I gotta say.
I think the only combat where that wasn't the case was the wolves. Yeah,
Yeah,
in that
yeah.
hunt
You
downtown.
guys really
Like that was like the
The
shredded
chillest
the wolves.
combat
That
we'd
was
ever
the-
had,
right,
and
right.
that was it. Everything else has been terrifying.
Yeah. All right. I think I really need like a 1-minute break. So let's
Easy
take a
thing.
real quick break, and then we're gonna do the blurp off to round off the night.
Absolutely.
If anybody is hanging out here and doesn't need a break, maybe you can plug the merch or the the charity or anything. But
In the meantime, chat, tell us what your favorite moments from the campaign are. Like
Oh,
just
yeah.
the moment that you love so much. The
and I'll
most.
read them when I get back. Right
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. And while you peeps are thinking, we are currently doing a charity drive for EGAL. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's a two-spirit
Eg-
LGBTQ.
EGAL?
Yeah, something like that. It's egalitarian. It's equality basically is but I think it's in French because I think it's based out of Toronto. I don't know. Anyway, or wait,
Right.
Quebec? Shit, I don't.
It would be
Wow.
Quebec probably if that was.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's
but
a
yeah,
great
it's-
charity, y'all.
Yes. And they're helping out, in all sorts of ways for those communities. And we wanted to do the little that we could.
Thank
and
you, Brucey, for putting those links in the chat.
Yes. Thank you, Bruce. And all of so you can see up in the top left there, there's Cauliflumps' merch. We couldn't edit that. Anyway, all of that is, if anybody buys anything from that, all of the, like the profit, any money that we get for that, we're going to donate to charity. And so, yeah, if you're enjoying the campaign and you want to support, this amazing charity and get something that you can keep to sort of celebrate these characters, definitely check out that shop. But if if that's not for everybody, I get it. Like not everyone has been like in love with these characters. If you prefer to just support an incredibly amazing organization and a really, really important cause right now, definitely
I just
hit that link.
Did break things, girl. You
I
broke
got
things.
permission. I asked, and he said yes.
Oh.
I was told that it was all right, so I did it.
Well, welcome, Megan.
What
I'm
do
so
you got?
glad.
What do you got?
He can't say no now because I already did it. So
It's done. It's done.
Look, you can
Look, my
hi,
dress
hi.
matches your color, though. I feel
Hello.
like.
Oh yeah.
How
Now,
is everybody?
you can still see a corner of Wolf.
Sorry, I told Megan she could crash this.
oh,
I
yeah,
got
that's-
excited.
One thing that we didn't get to tell chat though, for the blurp off,
Yes.
make sure you've got like one or two of your favorite blurps.
Oh yeah.
Did we post the link to the
I
soundboard?
did. I
Woof
can
has
post
okay,
it
perfect.
again. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because Woof has been tirelessly working on this.
blurps
Also,
are
just be aware,
lifeblood.
some of the older ones are manky because I hadn't really learned how to make them yet. So.
Did you say manky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manky is good. It's like mangy and janky
Yeah.
all together.
So,
I'm
and
with
also,
you.
if anybody ever wants a blurb, please send me a clip and let me know what you want, and I can try to make it.
You know what? What the
Yes.
heck? I've had a bit of whiskey Collie, I don't know if Brucey still has access to the D&D chat. Maybe Brucey can
yeah.
come in as well.
You
Brucey,
guys can
do you wanna?
you guys can see my
Are we doing
hands.
this chat interface, Ghost?
Brucey, do you
I've
wanna?
been drinking
Do you wanna?
cider, so.
Do you wanna crash this voice chat, Brucey?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're welcome to. Sound
How are we gonna
off in chat
choose?
so I can.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
wanted
Well,
to-
let's make it
wanted
an
to-
informal blurp off. How about that?
Yeah.
I just wanted to talk about one more moment before we move on to
Oh.
the blurb off that didn't come up because it was during the birthday stream, right?
Oh
Um,
yeah.
But when you talk about like this being a game that involves moments and how the random moments are really what makes it, I loved that we went into that fight with the dragon and Faramelia totally just polymorphed it and dropped it down a hole, and it was like
I didn't
so
realize that it had no bottom underneath
That
it.
was
I thought
the
it turned
best
into a tiger we had to
thing
fight,
ever.
and then it turned into a tiger and fell.
Just
none
incredible.
of us
Oh
saw that
my
coming, not even
goodness.
the GM.
It hadn't even occurred to me at all.
The
But I
frickin'
liked the synergy. Like the synergy of the fact that like that was a game that children were playing, and just the idea that like it's getting dark, the streetlights are coming on, you have to get home, but you need to finish the game. So you come up with some way of having an epic ending.
One friend is like, I'm just gonna polymorph it.
And it's like
And
it
it's
totally
Crazy Mel, of course.
and it like it inadvertently just really worked really well, and it
Oh,
was
yeah.
so like I just loved that moment of like it just worked on so many layers. So I think that's what like I know this came up earlier, but I think that's what D&D is all about, is those
Yeah.
moments
It
where like you can't predict them, you can't craft them.
Coming, yeah.
Yeah, they just happen, and like that's. And you know, Critical Role has had, I won't say them because it'd be spoilery, but Critical Role has
Right.
had some moments like that, and those are always the most memorable moments, is when you can't, you know, the roll of the dice just comes up the way it does, and something just works out, and you talk about it for days afterwards. Like that's
Right.
the coolest thing to me about this game.
Math of that dragon falling was ridiculous. I just
I
had to do it because I needed to
It
know.
was ridiculous math, right?
I love
love
I
that you
love
did that too, Bruce.
hard.
really yeah, I really appreciate that you did that math.
Like for real though.
But like the fact that it was just so, I was like the fact you were like, tiger, sure. And then like the thought of like this giant thing shrinking down to like an eighth of what it would have been,
Yeah.
and then just plummeting. And then
Yeah.
you were all just like, what do we do now? Leave, I guess. I was just
Yeah,
the thought
yeah.
of like one the fact that it was a dragon and it was like cognizant or whatever the word is. I want to say sentient because it already was. It had thought processes, and then it was just the thought of it being like, yeah, I'm a dragon. I'm terrifying. What happened
Yeah.
to me? Now I'm
Yeah.
plummeting down
Why
this
am I falling?
this
Yeah,
bottomless
yeah.
pit.
Oh, I
Thought
know,
process.
right?
I would not have wanted to be there when that dragon got back.
Oh, it would have been
Right.
Right. But,
Yeah,
but
that would've been
because
death wish.
Brucey did the math, we all knew we had plenty of time. To get
Yeah,
out.
it was like 4.5, I think, all told. Like, I think it was 4.5. You would have had 4.5 hours for it to drop, turn back, and then fly back up.
But that birthday one shot was so fun. Like talk about like off the cuff decisions is, you know, just seeing, you know, that event happening and then everybody leaving and then the whole group falling apart. I'm sick of playing this game with you, and everybody like you know,
Yeah.
bickering and going
I'm going
home.
home.
And I just
But
saw the pathway clear for the little 4-year-old cousin to be like, "Thanks for playing with me on my
Oh.
birthday." And
That
Right.
moment, I
Colleen-
almost cried at that.
Collie
almost,
pulled
literally.
up that like super wholesome, like at the very end of that, of just like pulled that whole thing together of like, yeah, it wasn't about the party after all, and it wasn't about Ephema, it was about that little kid getting to have a fun time with her friends for her birthday. And I was just like, dang, that is the kind of ending that you want as a writer.
It's
like
beautiful,
that's your happily
right?
ever after.
That was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
now something you guys probably won't know and the viewers won't know. I can't take credit for that. That was actually all Ghost through DMs with me on Discord. That was his idea. He pointed out that there's I had known about it, but like it had never occurred to me, the wish spell. And because he's this wizard who, you know, he's a wizard who thinks he can do spells, like he's gonna wish for a cake, and then you know he pulls out the cake that he's been saving for the little kid anyway. So
yeah, but you
Ghost
pulled
is
the easiest
genius.
one,
I don't know how he does
so
it.
sweet. I
That's
like how he was
so
just
amazing.
he's so humble. He was just gonna sit here and let me give someone else credit for him doing
Right?
that as
Like,
well.
I know.
This
I'm not allowing
over
that.
here. He's so good at this.
All right, guys.
Way
So,
too
Wolf posted the link to the Blurp soundboard in chat. The best way I can think to do it is if everybody else in the Discord chat opens it up as well, and then I will say like which blurps I'm playing in sequence so that you can play them at the same time. Because when I play
Okay.
them, chat will be able to hear them, but you guys will not. So, pull up your
might just
soundboard.
mute Discord and
got
listen
it.
to them on the
Sure.
stream, or maybe that won't work.
Yeah, there will be a delay
I'll
if
just
you
play
listen
them.
to them on stream.
Now, are the blurps from last night in here too? No.
Oh my god, no!
They
Because
are
but that's
in
not
the
Winds of
other-
Chaos.
they're in
That's
the
not
other
Winds of
board.
Chaos. That's
No,
that's not on this
Because
channel.
I feel like I feel like
No.
I feel like,
I
the
feel like
Hello
maybe we should
Kitty-
put those in anything adjacent to Winds of Chaos. We should probably put in this board.
It's not Winds of Chaos though. It's a different D&D campaign.
It is a
I
different
do
one,
think
so
that we should
Wolf
at
has
least
a separate
play the
soundboard
Hello-
for those.
I feel like we should at least play the Hello Daddy one though.
No,
'cause it is the
I don't
best
think
one.
so. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because let me
And
tell
it's
you
my
guys,
stream,
it
and
was
I'm
all
not
of
playing.
my
it.
time
Here,
in
look, I
knowing
just
this
posted
guy,
a link.
he,
I just posted a link to the other soundboard with the
Oh my
daddy.
the
goodness.
moment where I heard him say that blurb almost gave me a heart attack because
I'm
I
not
didn't
playing
see
that
my
on
whole
stream.
fucking
I'm
life.
not
And
playing
you
that
know,
on
on break
stream.
last night, I went over to Flutter's stream to tell her the character we were making because I was like, this.
And we stopped and took a look.
everything-
It's
I was
so
like, this is
good.
everything that Flutter has waited her entire life for is happening right
That
now.
I was
Yeah,
so
so
sad
if
I
you-
missed an actuality, but like when I saw it, oh my god, it goes.
There, I just
Oh,
posted
God,
it in
Ghost.
I posted it in the chat for you.
I have you so
Let's
hard
listen-
for every
let's-
gathering we ever have from now until the end of time. I've
Let's
got you.
listen to the blurbs because some people have to go to bed soon.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna start. I'm not freaking playing Hello Daddy on this stream.
You have to.
I'm
have
not.
to. At
Uh,
the end,
yeah,
at the
yeah.
end, you have to.
Are you planning on going through all of them? Because I've got two that I thought, well, let's.
Yeah, I don't know
listen
if-
to these ones and see what people think. Like, I don't know if everyone else has like 2 or 3 that they can choose.
only
That
have
way we
one.
don't necessarily have to do all of them.
I'm gonna go with I'm gonna have only one, so just so it's not as long.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah, the fewer we can choose, the better. I think.
Right. Well, they're all pretty quick, so
True.
I think we can run through all of them and then just say what our favorites are and like re-listen to those
Some
ones.
of them are
and-
like 1 second long, so
Yeah.
True.
So they're all
Yeah,
pretty
that's
quick.
true.
Right. So I'm gonna
Alright.
start with Gnome Warning. I think this is the meme. I think this is the meme maker that Collie was talking about before. Okay, let's listen to this one.
Fiona,
We're killing and eating your friends. What, you want to ever see their bodies to bury them? Get down here.
Get down here.
Get down here.
That is
I can't
somebody's
believe I did
walk on. That is somebody's walk on my channel. I forget who that is. I think it was
That
Woof
is-
for a while.
beautiful. I feel
It's so good.
Again,
the-
it was
and
a
the
spur
way-
of the moment thing, right?
And the
So,
way
my
Oh,
goodness.
the
yeah, I
way
didn't
he's
plan that.
the way he says it, you can hear Collie Flumps thinking, "Am I actually saying this right now?"
Yeah.
right.
Is
Yeah.
that we're
Yeah.
killing
But still,
and
but
eating
still with
your
the conviction
friends.
of Foodle.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He committed to it. Yeah.
For sure.
To it,
Straight up.
which is admirable.
The conviction of Foodle
Yeah.
and the disbelief of Cauliflumps. It's amazing. There's a lot running through this man's mind at the moment that he's saying this. All right, so I'm going with the Gobstopper. Oh God, this is okay. Here we go. The Gobstopper.
Over
It's
the
a
back of the
ball
target
gag.
scale.
It's a ball
While the
gag.
Gobstopper, I was hoping you wouldn't go there.
The fact that it ends with "I was hoping you wouldn't go there." Oh, man.
I know,
He is-
right?
He had to have known. So
But the thing
background-
was that Ghost said
background on
that
this
to
one.
me because
Yeah, the background on this one, Ghost had to know that was
I
exactly
didn't
where
know. That's
Flutter's
why.
mind
That's
was
why
going.
I was trying
There's
to talk
no-
over her through that
Yeah,
blurb.
there
That's
was
why I was
no
trying to talk over her. I was like,
scenario.
maybe I
There
can
was-
bulldoze her and
No.
just
There's
move
no
past
scenario.
this.
Ghost
That
knew,
wasn't
Ghost
gonna
knew that there was
happen.
an opportunity for me to go in the sex way. That was it. That was the one.
I think there's
Yeah.
no maybe. There's no maybe with Flutter. She's always gonna go the sex way. It's always gonna happen.
100%
Alright.
every time.
So I've got High, which is I think my walk on Jay Chili's channel.
Oh, Pantalonia.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
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 It's so stupid. I love it so much.
It's so stupid and
We gotta
it's
play-
so
We gotta play Sweet Nugget
not
next.
it's
Very
so
good.
not Andy Pants either. Okay, I'll play Sweet Nugget. Okay, here we go.
You're a very sweet nugget. It's very nice of you to say. Oh, it makes my heart melt.
So cute.
It's just
My
it's
favorite
just
thing.
like
My
like those blurps came out and everybody was laughing about Andrea Pantalonia and like that, and then the next day I watched an Andy Pants stream and I was just like, oh my god, that's not her at all.
My favorite thing
Right.
about that character is that in order to get into that character, you look up. You
Yeah.
scrunch down
Kind
in
of
your chair.
scrooch down at the
You
front
turn
and
your
like, ah!
It's that's how you activate the voice. You
Which is
lean
the
in
best
your
thing
chair.
I
You
have
look
ever
up.
seen.
So great. It's funny too because character actors, like voice actors, talk about how they have to find the voice like in their
Yeah.
mouth, right?
Right, you have to get in the position. and
Yeah.
it's in the-
And
it's
that's clearly how you activate that character. You get into the Andrea Pantalonia position, and it's so amazing.
Shraz likes the only decision. Okay, we're gonna get there. Let's
I like that
let's
one
go
too.
for
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well,
the only
something-
thing
No.
that's good.
Yep.
I think something relevant should be, I don't know, a command or something purchasable.
Something
just for
relevant
the
is
so-
my
D&D
favorite,
streams.
honestly.
So
To
something-
get us back on track.
agree.
So something relevant has become my salt command.
Mm.
I got rid of the angry Scottish man on the roof because it's too long. And it was derailing the stream a little bit too much, and I was like, this is still one of my top favorite videos on YouTube, and that's never going to change, but I'm going to move past that. So the salt command in my chat is now something relevant, which I have shut off right now, so nobody try it, but it is now something relevant. Yeah. So
Yeah, but now we're
here's
gonna play it right now.
here's something relevant.
I'm trying to do something. Trying to do something relevant here. The rest of you shut up.
Boy, do we need that shit. Like every.
Right?
That was
My
somebody
bet is
somebody
that,
in
like,
the
shut
chat
up.
was asking me a question, and you guys were just off your rockers. It's
I
like-
bet that Ghost wishes that he could say that in class to his students.
I
Sometime.
think he does.
yeah.
I
Oh,
love
yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
oh yeah.
Shut up.
Oh man. I'm trying to do something relevant here.
Here.
Yeah.
So
I've got a
just
young man who I've taught for years and years, and he's graduating this year, and he's been like my guy. He's been in my homeroom. I've worked on him a lot, and there was one like a couple years ago. There was one time where like I've always been Mr. Nice Guy to this kid, and there was one time I leaned close to him and I was like, "Right now, you are being a turd," and he just smirked at me and was like, "Yeah." Okay, I'll
What
knock
were you
it.
gonna say,
But
Oh, just a bit of trivia. Whenever you submit a blurb, they must go through them and like vet them or whatever.
Yeah.
And so the only decision blurb is rated NC-17. So you can't play it on certain people's channels. Because it talks about, like killing somebody.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it's not the cursing.
That's
it's just
wholesome
that.
poodle.
Weird kill
I have ever.
people
I
is
love
Okay.
it.
So we've got
It's like something
we got recurring nightmares is next. We gotta power through these. Recurring nightmares is next. I think this was after the catacombs under Blycross. Was this one? I think
Wow,
I've given
that's it.
all of you recurring nightmares. I think we all know what they are.
Absolutely.
Goldrills is about doors. We know.
Yeah.
we can skip the Crazy Mel one. We don't have to listen to that.
Oh no,
one.
I'm gonna listen to Crazy Mel's girlfriend. We're listening to that.
Oh,
Okay, here we
God.
go. Crazy Mel's girlfriend.
Bye. Anyway, so she had something. It was very similar to this ball gag.
I think you were saying goodbye to somebody in chat. Like somebody in chat was like, "I'm signing off now," and you're like, "Bye." Anyway.
You stated the character and said goodbye.
It was an NPC was telling us to go into the tunnel and attack the guys.
Oh, that's
and
right.
I was
yeah.
just like,
Okay, go do the tunnel. I remember that now.
it was like I was like, okay, bye to the NPC, and then I just kept like old lady talking.
Yeah.
Because Charles had done a redeem, and so I had to keep talking.
That was good because I remember that. I remember that you walking into the tunnel and being like, so this guy is trying to say something to you, and you're just like, goodbye.
Yeah.
Fun fact, my inspiration for doing that was when Flutter and I was a freshman in high school and she was a sophomore. We went to Disney World and we got on the Tower of Terror, and they do that like spiel, like the safety spiel, like getting ready to say goodbye to you in like the really super serious voice. And then the five of us were like, okay, bye.
You were all like doom and gloom. You may not return from this
Yeah.
ride.
You
We're
will
all
never,
like,
we'll never see you again. You're like, see ya.
So that's what I was thinking of when I did
The next
that.
one is delicious, and I think this is another complex thoughts and feelings from Collie Flumps, where Foodle said one thing and Collie was thinking, "Oh my god, no." Okay, so here's delicious.
Why did I do that?
Yeah, here's delicious.
You both look delicious. You here to give yourselves up? Or you want me to taste you too?
Just that pause. Just that
You
pause.
look delicious. I'm just like, am I really sick? Oh, God. I didn't even realize like the double entendre until months later.
Oh my God. Poodle, when you said it, I was just like, I don't even know what to do with this
Yes.
because it's just so blatantly like, I'm not sure if you mean this in certain ways, but like it sounds terrible. Like I don't even know what to do with it.
Too good. It's
But
too
that
good.
was one of,
Am I
I feel
actually
like
gonna
that
say
was
this?
one of the
Oh my
first
God.
ones where Foodle got like psycho on me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like we were all just like, what? You just said what?
What did you just say? All right, so we got the only decision. I think this was Shiraz's pick.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. The only decision.
The only decision we have to make right now is, are we fighting these two together, or am I killing this man alone?
That's one of my favorite ones because I just like he gets into the middle. He's like, he's about to say, "Am I fighting?" And he's like, "No, not just
I
gonna
don't-
fight him. I'm
I
gonna
don't think.
fucking kill him."
I don't think he was saying. He's like, "Am I gonna?"
It's
Yeah,
true. He could have been like,
Yeah.
"Am I gonna fucking kill this man?" Yeah,
Yeah.
that's-
there's-
Oh god.
Yeah, that was good. This one, I actually like this one. This one doesn't have like a meme attached to it, or it's not that funny. But like, especially with the music that's playing in the background, Like this would make a good voice command for something. I'm
This
not
one
sure,
was
but
my
like
walk on for a while. I used.
yeah,
the
I
thing
actually
as my
really
walk-on
like
for a
this
while.
one. So here's Bam.
Bam, 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 bam.
I apologize. That one's a little messed up. That little piece of audio is stuck on the end there.
It's
Honestly,
so good,
I
though. It's
remember
so
the
good.
first time that I heard that clip after the fact, and I was like, I don't even fucking remember doing that. Like, I don't remember.
It's such good
There's-
synergy
I
though
don't
with
know
the
what that's
background.
from. I know
Yeah.
the juxtaposition is so
It was
perfect.
right. I know that what Kiona was doing. I understand why I was doing it. I just don't remember actually doing it.
It's gonna be so
That's
good
usually
though
how
when
these go,
when
though.
Kiona reaches like higher levels, and you know because she's gonna destroy stuff at higher levels.
Yeah.
She's had moments.
Yeah, just
with her
look at what
low-level
Fieldy was
self
doing,
where She
right?
has
Yeah.
just fucked things up like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Aside from the catapult, because I'm still angry that catapult spell didn't work.
Oh, I'm so angry about it too. That was
Such a
so
good
cool.
move.
All right. We got a couple leader ones. The leader I like the
Yeah.
leader ones.
Yeah.
Leader's got some
Ooh,
good
this
ones.
one's really good.
Decent
Here's
ones.
the waste. So
Yeah.
here's waste. Total, you're up.
Is it waste if you're throwing away
Okay,
shit? I don't think so.
So good.
He was so salty, I think. Like,
And the ending of it was just so mad. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Too good. It's just too good.
Yeah,
We
but
got-
then he was gonna roll a 20 and be like, "Shit, I can't use it." And then he would
Yeah.
have changed his tune.
Yeah. We've got Wholesome Foodle next in I Believe in You. Here we go.
Aw.
I believe in you.
Very cute.
Aww.
again, that was another one with a little thing at the end snuck in.
Um,
That was supposed to be-
it almost
It's
sounds
fine, they don't
conditional.
have to be
I believe in
perfect.
you. Are you sure you
I
want
know, he starts taking it back, right? He's like talking to Kiona and then like, oh wait.
But do I really?
It's the perfect pseudo dad comment, Colin.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's honestly something my mom would say to me. My dad would not say that. My dad would be like, "You're an idiot."
Your dad
But
would be like, "You dumbass." Yeah.
my dad is like a kinder Red Foreman from that 70s
Oh.
show.
Ever so slightly, yeah.
It's like if you
Oh,
imagine Red
man.
Foreman, but without the
Without
straight up
the
facade of being
boot, the boot
a
in the
jerk.
ass.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So true, though.
Yeah.
I know your dad.
Yeah, you do.
As a matter of
Emotionally Tank is up next.
Look, Party Tank, you need to emotionally tank.
That
That's
was my
Foodle.
first one.
That's
Yeah.
Foodle,
It
yeah.
was so good too.
That's
The,
Foodle,
the
yeah.
only downside is that one is just it's the slightest bit too quiet, and I think that was only Wolf's
Yeah.
mic at the time, which is
That was
unfortunate. but-
Wolf's older mic.
That was
Yeah.
before I learned how to make them louder too. So.
Mm.
This is poor Goldrill when the party is like glaring daggers at each other, and it was like,
Oh,
okay,
God.
Goldrill, time for you to speak, and poor leader was like, I don't like this. So it's too awkward.
It's too awkward. I've had enough awkward for today. I can't handle this much awkward anymore.
Poor guy.
No. I can't do that.
I can't handle it anymore. Woof with his
Oh.
ass.
I clipped this one. It was so it's such a good
no.
moment.
All right, here we go. Mass. Sizzling.
It dumps its mass.
So sneaky.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, so good.
Here's another leader classic right here. Brain so huge.
Nice. My brain, it's so huge.
Boy, if that isn't a leaderism, I don't know what is. And it's
Hey,
so
now we're-
perfect from Goldrill 2 anything.
I feel like the ones after this are like the quality starts to get better.
Yeah, like the audio. Yeah.
Mhm.
Hard Pass is a good one. What was Hard Pass from? Was that from the catacombs under the ranch or something like that?
Yes,
Like,
I think when I
there
said
was
I would
something.
totally do that monster or something.
Okay, yeah, it was something horrifying, and then them two were like, nope. So here's a hard pass.
That's a hard pass for me.
That's a real hard pass. Yeah.
Nice. I don't like this next one. This
Well,
is
play it anyway.
Love this one.
Ghosts,
This is my other pick.
gibbers. Okay, gibbers, I guess. Okay, here we go.
It's so good.
I have to say, Ghost, I honestly like straight up from a person that cannot do improv or anything that is associated really making up fake words and doing them as if they are real world words. Like that, the thing is that you could totally think that everything you say in that moment is real, and
Yeah,
it
it was
isn't
very
like
convincing.
that, because
It was
you
very
just
convincing.
did it as if it was an absolute truth, and I admire that so
appreciate
much.
you.
I
Yeah,
cannot do
it was a
that,
good,
and I
Absolutely
good
great.
moment. Yeah.
it was
And
so good.
creature noises are so difficult anyway because you have to
Right?
try and
That's what I'm saying. You
I don't know
say
how
it
you
as
do
make
it.
though this is
something
the
that doesn't
absolute
exist.
truth of
It's
how
hard.
they
So good.
talk. Yes, I love
And it was
it.
right before I
Absolutely.
had to have like an intellectual conversation in a French accent with them.
Yeah.
So
Right?
Shiraz,
It's
not
too good.
necessarily. Like technically, yes. Well, not even technically, yes. Like, yeah,
mean, if you have a
we did the
question,
AMA, but yeah, no,
drop
go
it.
ahead.
No, do the AMA. If you
Shiraz,
got
When's
some
your
questions,
NPC
let us
coming into the
know.
game?
We did
Okay.
cover that. We did cover that they're coming. Yeah, we covered your patience and we
Yep.
thanked you for it.
Yep. Your NPC is coming. It
We
is
thank you for
going
them.
to partially depend on where the player characters choose to move themselves, because we're entering a phase of the game where they can choose their direction a little bit.
And we're not the most predictable or
Yeah, and so it might come sooner or later, but it's coming. And I
coming.
think where's some wood to knock on? I think that it's coming sooner rather than later.
We do have to get Woof to
Yeah,
bed, so let's finish
move.
with the.
Let's move.
Dad.
Okay. Flutter loves babies.
This is one of my favorite ones
Oh
too.
no.
No, it's this one. Okay, here we go.
And like, I hope that baby survived after I shanked her.
Fucking D&D out of context is just the most horrific
I
thing.
just gotta say, I mean, we discussed this earlier. I shanked the chick not knowing she was pregnant, and I shanked her close to where she might have had a baby. So, like, I do hope that baby survived. I do hope. Despite the fact that we saw her in spirit form later, I do hope that woman survived with her baby.
My goodness.
I hope we meet them later on.
Abracadabra, thank you for the follow. I've seen your name before. Whose chat have I seen you in? But thank you for following off of I hope that baby survived after I shanked it. That is you know,
that was rough.
I
Thank you.
can't help but imagine you were on the fence. Do I follow this channel or not? And then you heard that blurb and you're like, I'm in. But welcome. Thank you so much for
I mean,
joining
would that baby
Patch.
technically be my grandchild? I don't know. It's just, you know.
All right. We got a Foodle one
All right.
saying, "Oh no." Here we go.
Wait. Oh no. Oh no.
I love how it's like, wait, no.
It cut off prematurely, but I think it works.
Honestly, though,
Oh,
the
yeah.
pause between wait and oh no. There's this like 10-second gap, 5-second gap, whatever it is between wait and oh no, where it's like there's something that happens.
Thank
You know
you
what
so
that
much.
is?
Thank you so
You know what
much
that
for Abacadabra. Thank you so much for the raid.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
welcome.
Oh my
Welcome,
god.
Raiders.
Thank you.
Our shoutouts are not. I'll get in trouble if we do the shoutout because it'll play sound.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. We definitely
Please,
appreciate it.
Abacadabra, do not feel shy about this. I mean this 100%. Please give your own shout out. I'll take
Yeah,
your.
please drop your link.
Because
in
there were
the
sound
thing.
issues, which is the reason why he told us not to do shoutouts.
Yeah. There's some issues with it right now, but
Actual
please,
physical issues with the stream. Please give it yourself.
please
a
tell
shout-out.
us. Yeah, please tell
Thank
us
you
what
so
you were
much for
playing.
it.
Please tell us a highlight of what you were playing. Yeah.
In the meantime,
thank you so much for the follow.
We're getting there. We're almost.
We should-
Let's
we
continue.
should
Let's
play
continue.
play
We
the
got
next blur.
Foodle is going in hard. Okay, here we go.
Oh
Yeah, I don't know. Just going in hard is the way.
The hesitation.
Why
The
did I
hesitation.
say that? I don't even know what the
I
context.
literally don't remember.
I don't remember any of the context of any of these things, to be honest with you.
That makes
It's
them so much
hilarious
better.
to hear them, right?
I don't even know what the next one. I don't remember what the next
You
one
are
know-
correct, Brucey.
take
That
I
is
know
what makes
that
it amazing.
I know that oh no was when you smoked Kiona and Foodle realized what it was. I know that's where oh no was from.
Yeah.
All right, the next one is take note Foodle. All right, here we go. This is another leaderism.
Take notes, Foodle. This is what it's like to be smart.
Poodle really should have taken some notes that day. All right.
All right.
Oh,
Foodle wants answers. Let's see what Foodle wants answers sounds like.
I don't know what the fuck we've been doing for the past couple weeks, and I'm trying to get some fucking answers. All right? And you
Aggressive.
expecting, but it wasn't that.
It's the funny thing is, it could be Foodle, but it could just be Collie.
Yeah.
It
could be.
Hard to tell.
Oh my god.
I don't understand what is happening here.
Oh, you're gonna be playing Sea of Thieves tomorrow? Amazing. Am I following you already?
Fantastic.
Hold on, Abracadabra.
Oh, we gotta get through the blurps.
I know.
Wolf has to sleep.
I'm opening Abacadabra so that I can follow later if I'm not already following. Okay.
Wolf needs to sleep.
Next blurb is a warm welcome. Here it is.
Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you! Welcome! How are you today?
Terrible.
Was that Eladir? Who was that? I don't even
That
know.
was,
that was Eladir.
Pantalonia
That was
again.
Yeah.
I don't think it was
Pantalonia?
Pantalonia. No,
No,
it was
it was
Eladir.
Loren.
It was
Oh,
Loren.
it was
of
Loren.
course.
Lyren.
that makes sense.
It was
Lyren,
Lyren.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lyren.
The next one is the Lucky to Be Alive.
Oh,
Okay.
this is so good.
This is a good one too.
I'm so sorry, Collie.
I don't care. We're lucky to be alive. Let's fucking go.
So sorry.
Oh my god.
It's such a good moment though.
These are on the
So
internet
that
forever,
was-
Collie.
So that was not an Eldritch horror. That was not a horde of orcs or goblins, right? That was not a majorly mutated monster. That was the ghost of a bird creature. a harmless bird creature.
Voodoo was absolutely terrified of it, and it was
So
wonderful.
good, though.
Love that they turned around and he was already halfway swimming back. That was my favorite thing.
yeah.
When he's like, you turn around and he's halfway swimming back across the water, and I was like, that is perfection.
I have my D&D character from when I was a kid tattooed on my leg. Tell us about them.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes.
Forget Abra,
play well,
enjoy your
also
alert.
play well, do.
All right, Frog Wizard, yes.
Oh, that
All
sounds
right.
awesome.
We
What's
got.
the disappointed one? I
Let's
don't think I've
listen.
heard this one.
That's me.
Let's listen. Yeah.
So
Of
disappointed
course
in
it's
you.
So disappointed in you.
I think
Secretions.
that was Mazra talking to Food.
Secretions is
Yeah,
one of my
I
favorites.
believe it.
I think.
Secretions is the best
yeah.
one.
Yes, this is your opus.
This-
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
the
Because this was not just you clipping like one thing. This was you streaming a bunch of sound
I
clips
clipped and
together
I
into
also
one.
fixed
yeah.
the audio because
This
like
was a lot
Scon's
of
various
work.
mic was so low, so I actually
yeah,
equalized
yeah.
everyone's audio.
The only
Yeah.
part of that story that kept through, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Really,
Best part of
honestly,
that
it
story.
was the
Callum
word. Is
secretions.
was
Yeah.
the
It was
word.
the
Yeah.
best
right?
part.
So
That
here
was
comes
the best thing
secretions
ever.
from our narrative telephone.
Honestly, secretions.
Secreting.
Secretions.
Secretions.
Curious secretions.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay. There's only four more.
Yep. All right, we got Flutter's opening move. Oh my
Oh
god.
no! Oh no!
Yeah. Here it is.
I know what my opening move is gonna be. I'm gonna go straight in for the hardcore.
That is the most Flutter blurb that ever there was.
The
in all
way-
honesty.
the way-
I will agree with that.
The way you say it too, I know what my opening move's gonna be.
I'm gonna go straight in. Yeah, that's pretty me. Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, very just from the tone of voice to the words you speak. Yeah.
And we got the last Collie one, Fork 'em Up. Here we go.
Oh, yes.
Fuck them up.
It's so good.
I made Wolf do that one.
Yeah,
It was
Bruce,
just
you asked
so
me.
perfect. It was so
What is my
perfect.
life. What was that?
That was during the
no,
Chris,
I think
the
Collie's
many
having
times.
one
I
of
think
those.
many
What
times.
is?
Yeah.
Collie's having one of those. What is my life right now moments.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I'm rethinking
beautiful.
everything.
All right. We got two more. I think this
Both
one's
of you.
Eladir.
Oh my God.
yeah, I think this one's Eladir, isn't it? Like, let's see.
Yeah.
Remember, there's no
Right.
shame in not being able to read.
Poor
That's right.
Kiona.
Poor Kiona.
Poor Kiona.
Ghost hates the last one. Like
love it.
viscerally.
I hate
So
the last
good.
one. I hate the last one. I regret ever giving
it.
vivid description of this, but here it is. It's terrible.
Large, bulging, dark, heavy with moisture.
That was storm clouds, okay? It was storm clouds.
Somebody
the
roll
hammer-
a natural 20 on their perception? What the fuck was that?
The hammer is his
That was
penis.
Goldrill's vision. That was Goldrill's vision.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing.
So good.
Man, I don't know what my favorite is. I think
There's so many good ones.
There is.
so
There
a
many
is.
good
lot
ones.
of good ones. Guys.
It's way too much fun.
For me, I think it's a toss-up between The Only Decision and Flutter's opening move. Those are like my top
The
two.
opening move.
No.
Yeah, those are my top two.
Just incredible.
Brucey,
The
what
only
about you?
decision we have to make is
Opening move or something relevant for you, Shiraz? Okay. Brucey, what about you?
Something relevant.
Oh, something relevant is just too good.
It is.
And then oh no, it just again because of the
Yeah.
giant pause and like the realization in the middle of it. Perfect.
Okay, oh no, let's listen to that.
Wait. Oh no. Oh no.
The fact that it cuts off too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
if we can ever find the timestamp, I do want to go back and blurb the part where he was like Ephemia, and I'm like Ephema, and he's like whatever, go.
Yeah.
I am
That
planning to
was
go
such a
back
good one.
and
After-
do the charity stream because I wasn't able to
Yeah.
do it before.
After I
Because
ate the ghost pepper, oh my
Yeah.
god. And
Twitch
I
would
was-
never, or Blurp would never process those. I think because the stream was so long. So I have a new way of doing it now, so I should be able to blurp those.
What about the three of you? What are your favorites?
Final, like, something relevant, and I have a bell.
I have a bell.
The freaking I have a bell.
I like too how that became the benchmark for whenever someone does the Ephema voice, they say, "I have a bell."
Yeah, that's how you get into the
It is
voice.
the benchmark, absolutely.
I really
Bye.
like the
Anyway.
Yeah, I really like the gibbers one, so I'm sorry.
No.
I will piggyback on that one. The gibbers is my favorite personally. Yes.
Yeah, something
Ollie?
relevant's definitely my favorite.
Something relevant.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah, man.
I
Have
think we
actually
have
said
to
what my
do-
favorite is? I think No Morning, just because, and No Morning and Delicious, just because
Yeah.
Oh,
of Collie's
'cause for
hesitation,
real,
just because of the fact that Holly Flumps the player doesn't want to say it, but Foodle the character really does. Is
But I think they were
joyous to
also like your mouth started going and your brain was like, should this be happening right now?
Can I just say,
that, like
I have-
3D animation where everybody is like reaching over
Yeah,
the thing.
yeah.
Can I just say that I have moments when I'm writing like that all the time where I write something and then I stop and I read it and I'm like, all right, that's what we're going with.
Yeah.
That happened.
Before we end the stream, can we get the posh Hello Daddy? Can we play
Please
out
do the
with
posh
that one,
Hello
please?
Daddy because
It's the best blurb ever made.
I
sent
live
you
for
the
this
link.
moment in
Do you
time.
need the link again?
It is the best. It
I
is the
feel
best
like
blurb
Ghost,
ever made.
Put the freaking
I
link
have
in
lived
chat.
since you and I met Ghost
God.
for this moment in
Do you want the
time.
LSD
This is the
version or the
culmination of
Flash
everything Flutter has ever
This
wanted
is
from
the
her life.
culmination of everything right
You
now.
gave
Yeah.
us too much power, Ghost. You gave us too much
Who
power.
who had the
This is
longer
so
version?
good.
Well, no, it's the blurb. So
It's
just
the
play the
blurb.
blurb.
Okay, it's the blurb.
Yeah, we're doing the blurb off. So play the
Freaking!
blurb.
As soon as I said it too, Collie was like, "That's gonna be my new walk on," and I'm like, "No."
You played it at least
Oh
12
yeah.
times.
Oh yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here it
Absolutely.
is. What is this picture? What is this thumbnail picture as well?
So you look like when you said it.
It's so much perfection.
You didn't even
I
you
think
didn't
it's-
even do the part where I did like the eyebrows. Never mind. I'm just gonna play it. All right, the rest of you shut up. I'm just gonna play it. Here we go. How is it rated G?
I gotta
Never mind.
say,
I'm just gonna
though,
play it. I'm just gonna
listen,
play it. Okay, I'm
this-
just gonna play it. Okay, here we go. Oh, hello, Daddy.
Well,
I'm
just-
dying.
it's the best.
Perfection.
It's everything.
Like,
It's
everything is
everything.
for me, and I almost died. Like I almost had a heart attack right there in that moment because
It is the best blurb ever made.
Did you
Hello,
watch it on stream,
Daddy.
Flutter?
She saw the clip. I had the longer clip
I
and I
did
sent
it
it to
on my
her.
stream while we were on stream. I'm sure if you go back to my VOD,
I wanna
had
watch. I
played
wanna
it
watch
on
you
the
watching
stream,
that.
actually.
That's oh my god.
Her reaction is the best. It was everything I wanted. It was everything
I'm
I
pretty
wanted.
sure I actually like put up a little screen so that we could watch the whole.
Oh my goodness.
This does no
because I live
Shiraz.
to
You
make
can't vote
Ghost
for
turn
this.
red. This is what I do.
You can't vote for this one as your favorite Winds of Chaos blurb because it has nothing to do with Winds of Chaos.
I do think we
out
need
on a
to send.
technicality.
I do think we
Yeah.
need to send Whiff to bed.
Yep.
It is. He has to work tomorrow. It's past
Yep.
his bedtime.
I think this is a good time to end it here. I don't think I'm gonna do a raid, but I will recommend a couple of soft raids. And if you guys want to recommend a couple of soft raids as well, I see Play Me Katie is online. Super awesome Australian streamer playing Perfect Date. And I see Hotline Cuervo is playing It Takes Two with Plushy Ash, the streamer formerly known as Spooky Ashley. So if you want something to watch, recommending those ones. Anybody else have some soft raid recommendations before we sign off?
I just want to mention that on, I believe is it Saturday or Sunday? This weekend, Hotline Cuervo is having a charity live stream. I know we mentioned
on
that
Sunday.
So we mentioned on Saturday the
Sunday.
Drunk D&D is happening, which is also for charity. And then on
Which is
Sunday,
on Victoria's
Hotline
channel.
On Sunday, Hotline Cuervo is doing a charity stream for the Trevor Project, another great LGBTQ plus charity. They target preventing suicide, which is a huge problem in the LGBTQ plus community. He has set a goal that if we somehow manage to get $1,000 donated, he will do a face reveal. He doesn't think we can do it. Let's prove him wrong.
Please, let's prove him wrong.
Also, I'm super excited about the Drunk D&D stream because if you liked that Hello Daddy blurb, I did pay money, cash dollars to charity to force Ghost to use that voice for that entire live stream. Except when he says Eldritch Blast, that he has to say is Lumpy Space Princess. That is happening. It is gonna be amazing. I'm absolutely just the character. I know,
I paid
it's
paid
great.
money to give him a genie sugar daddy as well, so it's
Oh
just
my
gonna be
God.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
it's so good. I
It's
was
such a
not
good
there for the
character.
creation of this character, but I'm so proud of
Yeah.
everybody that was there for these reasons.
It's so great. So please check that out. I believe Kali is part of that stream as well. Please check it out. These are both to benefit awesome charities. And I just want to say, because I don't usually get to gush at the end of these streams. You guys are amazing. Watching this campaign has been amazing. Getting to be a minor part of it has been amazing. Tuesday nights are
I
so
agree.
fun.
I
And
agree completely.
tonight, just listening to you guys reminisce about everything tonight was so great.
It's
Thank you
been
so much.
fun so far.
Means a lot.
I cannot wait for the next 25 episodes and the next 50 after
real.
them. Maybe we'll reach session 10 by episode 100. I don't know.
Not if we
Here's
have
to the
anything
next-
to do with it.
Here's to the next 25. I can't wait to see what you guys
Absolutely.
get up to.
Cheers. God, you guys are amazing.
All right, friends.
I love you all.
Well, your positivity for the night, here it is. Do something today that your future self will thank you for. Something big, something small. Do something today that your future self will look back on that and say, I'm thankful that that happened. I'm glad I did that. I believe in you. I know you can do it. And I look forward to hearing what you do. Have a fantastic night, everybody. Myself and the Collie Flumps are going to be over on Victoria's channel on Saturday. And hey, the rest of us will see you next Tuesday when we return for session 26 of The Winds of Chaos. All right.
Oh, excited.
Good night, you guys.
I'm
Thank you
waving
so
even
much.
though they can't see me.
We love you so much.
Same.
Farewell, everyone. Bye.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.